Good evening, all.
Hi, Jim. How are you?
Good evening.
Okay, we are live on YouTube. I'm getting UGTV set up right now.
Dude, what's up with you? Why can't you get on the call? Okay, so are you a panelist or I don't even see your name anywhere. Oops.
UGTV will be started in about 30 seconds. We are live on UGTV.
Let me change names here. Okay,
Okay, wait a minute here.
I'm going to take you off my phone though, Janet.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Chairman, we do have 6 members present, which is a quorum.
Okay, your volume is really low, Janet. I don't know if everybody else can hear her, but it is pretty low.
Okay, well, let's do a volume check here. Is that better?
Getting better.
How about that?
Yep.
Better.
Everybody else okay? Can everybody hear
I
me
am
okay?
now. Yeah, I was having the same problem too, Jeff.
Okay. So we do have a quorum and we're ready to begin.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, I want to welcome you all to the January 11th meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals for the Unified Government of Kansas City, Kansas and Wyandotte County. My name is Jeff Carson. I'm chairman of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Tonight we have on hand with us, just to make a few introductions before we start, Gunnar Hand, who is the Director of Land Use and Urban Planning. Janet Parker, the Executive Assistant to the Department of Land Use and Urban Planning. We also have the following members of the planning staff with us tonight. Byron Toy, and I don't believe I see Shana tonight. We also have Martin Tangira with the Public Works Department. Patrick Waters joins us from the Unified Government Legal Counsel. And we have the following Board of Zoning Appeals Commissioners present. Commissioner James Ernst, Commissioner Susanna Pauley, Commissioner Brandy Armstrong, Commissioner James Connolly, Commissioner Joanne Huey, Commissioner Karen Jones, and Commissioner Mark Moeller. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to the Executive Assistant, Janet Parker, to read the opening statement for tonight's meeting.
We would like to welcome those participating by telephone or Zoom to the meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Due to COVID-19, the members are participating remotely by Zoom. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background and plan to stay visible during the meeting. Board members, use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak, and after Chairman Carson recognizes you, please unmute your microphone and state your name when you begin to speak. If you need to recuse or if you need a personal break, use the raise your hand feature. For those attending the meeting this evening, please use the raise your hand feature if you want to speak on an application. After Chairman Carson recognizes you, please state your name and address and make your comments. If you are having issues getting into the Zoom meeting, please email planninginfo@wicokck.org and let Secretary Parker know. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly may be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs, which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. The applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case, which includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the board will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be recognized and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be recognized to make their statements and ask questions, with each member of the public being given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker's time may be extended in 5-minute intervals by a 2/3 majority vote of the board. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the board if a question is directed to them. The staff will then make their recommendation. The board will discuss the application and make their decision with a brief statement of the reason for the motion preceding the making of the motion. Motions to approve shall include the staff stipulations unless otherwise stated in the motion. Mr. Chairman, our first appeal tonight is number 2389, Lawrence W. Steen, with property at 5815 Oak Grove Road. At this time, does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Steen, I see that you're in the audience. I've given you permission to speak. If you could go ahead, unmute yourself, give us your name and address, please, for the record, and tell us about your project and your request tonight.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, my name's Lawrence Steen. I'm at 5815 Oak Grove Road, and we're looking for permission to build a 30 by 50 shop in our backyard, basically.
Okay, so you're building a shed that's going to, or excuse me, a structure that's going to be about 1,620 square feet. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you give us a little bit more information about the project? It is what's it going to be used for, that type of thing?
Sir. we basically, I have 3 kids and a wife, and we really don't have a garage per se in the drive. I mean, we have 2 cars stolen about a year or something ago. I don't want to go too long into it, but we want a place to keep our stuff safe and behind our house. So like I said, we have 3 kids and they're in college, coming back and forth. We'd like a place further back, I guess, to keep all of our cars and mowers and stuff like that.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant? I am not seeing anybody, so we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone that came tonight to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand electronically and I'll call on you. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone, so I'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff and get their comments. Director Hand?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. As the applicant mentioned, this is for an accessory structure that exceeds 1,000 square feet maximum, by about 620 square feet. It's about a little over a 1 acre parcel, so it only ends up covering about 4% of the property. So it's relatively a larger residential parcel. We do apply some conditions of approval, including matching materials of the primary structure, downlighting, all exterior lighting, and then removing 2 existing accessory structures to make this one single accessory structure. Otherwise, they'd seek 2 variances to have more than 1 accessory structure. So with that, we recommend approval.
I do have, I'm sorry, and it appears I saw a hand go up after I called on Director Hand. I have a Carol that would like to speak. I'm going to go ahead and give you permission to speak. Carol, can you go ahead and unmute yourself? Please give us your name and address.
I think I'm working this right. My name is Carol Kappelman. My address is 7900 Cernich Road. I wish to speak in opposition to this variance. This is 3.5 times what is normally allowed, or 2.5 times, depending upon which way you calculate it. Having been a part of the conversation that Ms. Blackwell had with the neighbors that could meet,
I'm sorry, Carol, I'm not sure you're speaking on the right case. Are you talking about Mr. Steen's case at 5815 Oak Grove Road?
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to get to the Mrs. Blackwell's case. I was
Okay, that will be
late
called,
getting to the meeting.
that's right. That will be called later on. We've got another case in front of that one. So
My apologies. My
That's
apologies.
right. Thank you. Okay, we'll go back to the information on Mr. Steen's case. Are there any questions for the director? Gunnar, could you please again restate, are there existing accessory structures on the property that will need to be taken down?
2 of them.
2, and the petitioner has agreed to do that? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I
Any
will make
question?
the note. I will make the note, since it was mentioned. There was no opposition or support provided thus far on this
Okay.
project.
Again, any questions for the director? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve to staff comments and stipulations.
Second.
Okay, motion to approve made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion on motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Huey,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next appeal is appeal number 2401, Riyadh Baghdadi, for property at 927 Kansas Avenue. This time, does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Baghdadi, are you in the audience? If you would, please raise your hand. Excuse me. Okay, go ahead and unmute yourself, please. Give us your name and address for the record and tell us about your project. Mr. Baghdadi, can you hear us? You're unmuted. I'm not sure we can hear you.
Mr. Chair, do you want to try to make him a panelist? Sometimes that works.
Yes, can we go ahead and move him over?
Yeah.
Let's see. I just did. Mr. Baghdadi, can you hear us now? And are you able to go ahead and unmute yourself, please? There you go.
Hmm.
Sir? He may have a problem with the audio on his end.
Mr. Baghdadi, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Sometimes you might have to, it doesn't sync up right when you log in. You might have to log off and log in, kind of like turning on and off your computer when it fails. Do you want to try that and we'll come back to you?
Janet, if you would, please go ahead and call the next case and we'll come back to Mr. Baghdadi's case in a moment.
Okay. Our next case is appeal number 2403. Carol Blackwell with Blackwell Properties LLC for property at 3505 North 83rd Street. At this time, does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Blackwell, are you in the audience?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, I've got you moved over to, I'm sorry? Ms. Blackwell?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. Please go ahead and give us your name and address for the record and tell us about your request tonight.
I'm Carol Blackwell. Do you want the address where I'm residing or the property that's under
I want your address, please.
8007 West 153rd Terrace, Overland Park, Kansas?
Okay, and tell us about what your request is.
The request is for a 3,600 square foot detached garage and barn.
And is this on a property that you reside at, or is this a property, can you tell us about the property that you're putting it on?
Sure. This is 19 acres of heavily wooded, rugged property, very densely growth in it. It faces 83rd Street. Where the barn and garage would be is probably about 1,300 feet from the street. That's it. Mhm.
Okay, and what's the property going to be used for?
The large garage that you see will be for the tractor. The tractor is 9.5 feet tall. The next garage bay is for my pickup truck, and the next one is for the 6x4 John Deere. It's like a gator, but it's got 6 wheels on it. Then snowplow and riding lawnmower, and I'm putting in the shop. There'll be woodworking tools. I like to build porch swings and picnic tables and benches. I don't sell them. I use them strictly for myself. I'm not conducting a workshop in there of any kind.
Okay, can you explain the offices? Looks like you've got 2 private offices and then an open office space and a couple of bathrooms. So what would the office space be used for if it's not a commercial project?
Oh, it's not commercial, I assure you. I'm 75 years old and I've sold my business in 2007. I'm not going into another business. I just didn't really, well, actually the architect put that name on there because we didn't know what to do with it. It's really for storage.
So you have 3 individual storage spaces that's being labeled as offices?
Well, the front is my office, and then the other spaces are just basically storage. The bathroom is going to be open to the men, if who's on the tractor, or who's doing mowing, or who's doing snow plowing. Or for me, when I'm in the shop, that's the bathroom for the barn.
And you mentioned, I guess I'm just trying to understand the purpose of the building out on that. You mentioned snow plowing and mowing. These are just, they're going to be snow plowing and mowing the property that you own here at this area, or are they snow plowing and mowing other areas and bringing that equipment back to this for storage?
No, we're not doing anybody but me. This is
Okay.
property.
Okay. All
Road,
right, thank you.
there's 2 roads that go up to the property, 2 driveways, and those are going to have to be maintained and lawn mowed beside them and snow plowed things so I can get in and out. The reason for the second road is because it's so steep, they don't think the concrete truck can get up there to pour the footing for the barn. And they're wondering about the lumber truck. So I had the excavator walk it with me to see if there was a way to straighten it out a little bit and knock off some of the hilltops, and he thought he could. But that's the only reason for the second road.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant?
Question.
Commissioner Jones?
So ma'am, did you say that you live in the property, but I'm not clear on, I heard a Johnson County address, and then for this property, who's working it? You don't live at the property you've requested the petition for, correct?
The property is vacant land, just trees and brush. There's no buildings up there. I'm wanting to put up a home, about 2,300 square foot house, and I want to put up the barn. And I don't live there yet because there's no place to live. I live in Overland Park, and my house is sold. I have a contract on it, but I'm having trouble giving them a closing date because I don't know how long it's going to take to build the house.
Okay. Commissioner Jones, was your question answered?
Yes, thank you.
So there's no intent to live in the building until the house is built or anything like that?
No, there's not.
Okay.
If
Other questions for the app? I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Blackwell.
If I do run into that, Mr. Carson, I would come back and talk with you guys about it and see what
Okay.
I needed to do permit wise.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that came to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? And I have 2 requests. So first one I will go to will be Carol. I believe you had a question before, and so I'm going to go ahead and call on you. This is the other Carol in the audience. If you would please give us your name and address after you unmute yourself, and give us your name and address, please, for the record, and then give us your testimony.
Yes, this is Carol Kappelman. I live at 7900 Cernich. I was a part of the 2 people that addressed Ms. Blackwell's neighborhood meeting for questions. I think this, for what she states she wants to house in this barn in terms of equipment, it's way oversized with the looking at the offices or even separate rooms for a barn. That seems unusual. This looks very much like a commercial potential building, and our neighborhood has suffered a once bitten, twice shy. We had someone who wanted to do an ag building, and it turned into now we know at least 4 different businesses in that building. This is 2.5 times what the limit says. I have a building that is the same size as the limit, and I can house right now a multitude of storage things, a 1963 long Suburban vehicle and a truck and a Kubota tractor with a scoop. So I can't see that this size of building is what's needed for what she's saying. So I'm opposed to this building.
Okay, thank you. I also had a hand up from the gardeners. Is that, it's not up now. Did you all still need to speak? Mr. or Mrs. Gardner?
Yes, we're here. Thank you. We
Uh-huh.
wanted to, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Can you give us
Okay.
your name and address, please, for the record?
Yes. Ashley and Jeff Gardner. We're at 3640 North 83rd Street.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yes, we also at this time would like to oppose the plans for this building. We also feel that the size of that building and with the offices and private office spaces is not reflective of what had been indicated was needed at that location or for what it was going to be used. And then also, I don't know if this can be brought up at this time, but I just heard Ms. Blackwell mention a second driveway. I was curious if that was going to be off of 83rd Street as well, where the first driveway is, which is right across from our property, or if that was going to be on another side of it.
Okay, we'll try to get you an answer to that question. Do you have anything else you'd like to tell us?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Connolly, I see your hand up. Do you have a question of this person, or do you have a question of the applicant?
Question for Ashley. Miss Ashley, would you be able to see that structure from your house?
Mr. Connolly, I don't think so because our house is to the south side of our property. However, we on the north side. Sorry, my husband corrected me. I'm not good with directions. So we're there. And our property goes all the way down to Cernich, and we've got a hay barn, as you can see on the corner there. And then to middle of where our house is in the barn is the driveway that enters our pasture. And right now, Miss Blackwell's driveway is right across from that, which of course is fine, but I was just curious on where that second driveway would be.
Okay, but you wouldn't be able to see the structure once it was built from your home?
No, only I imagine just driving down the street. If most of the trees stay there, we would not be able to see it. If the trees come down off the top of the hill, we would.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. Okay, I'm now going to call on Shane Rocky. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Give us your name and address, please.
Shane Rocky.
Yes,
I live
I can.
at
Thank you.
800 McGurk, straight north of that property. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My biggest concern about this is clearly a commercial. This is clearly a commercial property. We've already got burned on this once over with Phillips Construction, and I just can't see. I mean, I guess if she wanted to build a house, if she's planning on living there, okay, build your house, and then you can build your barn that you want to do your stuff with. But she's not even living there, and I think this is clearly an attempt to put another commercial enterprise in our neighborhood, and it's just not zoned for that. It doesn't. It's not appropriate for this neighborhood. The street over on Pomeroy is being torn up by the construction equipment that's coming in and out on that side, and I don't know what's going to come in and out on this side either. But it's not the appropriate place for something like that. There's obviously office space, which makes sense for a commercial property, but this is not the place for that. I would oppose this request.
Thank you, Mr. Rocky. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. I'm going to go back to Ms. Blackwell. Could you please address the question regarding the second driveway, where that second driveway would be accessing your property from?
Okay, there's a large easement for power lines that runs through the south end of my property, all the way from 83rd Street over to 80th, I think. And this dirt road was cut in originally, has been there evidently for years. it was, there was, I think, a road approved through there, an easement approved through there for a driveway. And this is just north of that. I've not cut down any trees there on that driveway. I'm not gonna cut down any trees because somebody's already done it years ago. And it's about that's the southeast corner right there. And it is just up from that. You can see that bare spot of line that runs along that Cerner Road, that
Cernich Road?
Cernich Road, that wherever that electric line is, wherever those power lines are, it's just to the north of those power lines. It's got barbed wire across it now because a lot of people were going up there. In fact, they tried to steal my tractor, but there will be a gate on there. The present gate is a cattle gate that's on the driveway going up to the property where I'm going to build a house, and that cattle gate is going to come down here, and it's going to be locked at all times. It won't be open. There is absolutely no commercial property business proposed for my barn. I was raised on a farm. I want a barn. I need an office. I have owned a lot of real estate, commercial, residential, apartment buildings in Leavenworth, office buildings in Overland Park, and I've got an enormous amount of files and so forth. And I need an office, and I want to have an office in there, and I want to have plenty of storage. I wish I had actually applied for 4,000 square feet, but there are no commercial vehicles going to come and go from this property ever. That's just not going to happen. That's not what I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm living up there. Now, like I said, depending on how long it's going to take to get the basement dug for the house, I may end up homeless because my house is sold. And depending on how gracious the new buyer is going to be to give me an extended closing date, if they want in here, then I've got to move out. And if that happens, I could be able to convert this office on the end to a temporary apartment for me. And if that's the case, I'll come back to the building permits office and find out what I need to do to get that approved. I won't do it without your approval.
Okay, thank you.
This is strictly a personal property. There's nothing else going on it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to close. I'm sorry, Commissioner Mueller, question? Go ahead and unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. This is for the applicant. Earlier you stated that the architect simply labeled the restrooms and that you aren't going to have restrooms. If you're going to have an office, where will you go to the bathroom?
No, I don't think she ever said there were going to be bathrooms. I think she said those labeled private offices were not in fact going to be offices, is what I took it. But Ms. Blackwell, can you clarify that for us, please?
Yeah, there's going to be a bathroom in there because the men will be, working on a tractor there. My tractor, I've got a John Deere tractor that I purchased for this property. And they'll be changing the oil in my pickup truck, or they'll be helping me work on creating a bench or a table or something. And probably those offices that he's got labeled as offices will probably be storerooms for whatever furniture I'm making. I want to have a fire pit up there. I want to have they're really popular right now. I'd like to have several picnic tables around through the property. I'd like to have a trail around through the property, but I don't want to cut down very many trees. So it's so heavily treed that it's hard to get around through the property because it's so treed. So I'd like to remove some of the small stuff so I can get around, but I am not going to be cutting down very many trees. You cannot see these. I've gone up and down 83rd Street. I've talked to the neighbors. You cannot see this barn from the street or from anyone else's property, except maybe the people if they came out and stood on their roof east of me, they might be able to see it at that point.
Commissioner Mueller, that answer your question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ernst?
Ms. Blackwell, it would seem that it would take much, much longer to build a house than to build a barn. What steps have you taken toward building this house that you plan to occupy?
I've applied for the building permit and I was told that I didn't need engineer's report. But what I didn't understand was that I needed a professional, I forget what they called it. Anyway, we still needed plans that had engineering on them. And so I had to go back to Apex, the engineer company, and say, I'm sorry, I have to have plans. And they tell me those plans are hoping to be available at the end of this week. Then they will go to my architect, and I guess they do something called redlining. It goes to my architect and he finishes it up. And then I am hoping to take it to the permit office next week. They told me they would give me the building permit as soon as everything's been looked at, and as soon as I get the engineering report over to them, they will give me then permission to start building. I have the contractor lined up to dig the foundation and the concrete and the electrical and the plumbing. So we're ready to go, weather permitting. I wish that we were up there this week. It's going to be beautiful.
That answers my question, Mr. Carson, and thank you, Ms. Blackwell, for clarifying. It seemed odd that you were building a house and yet not moving forward, but it sounds like you're doing everything you can to get the house started.
I certainly am. I've worked on it really, really hard for 2 months now, trying to get everything lined up and ready to go. I was trying to get this approved back in December, but I think I was missing a document of some sort and got postponed to January, which has put me a month behind.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to now go ahead and go to Director. I don't see any other questions from the commissioner, so I will now go to Director Hand for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. As Ms. Blackwell mentioned, this is a accessory structure over the 1,000 square foot maximum by 2,600 square feet. It is a rather large accessory structure. It is also a rather large parcel, about 19 acres almost, just under 19 acres. We've seen some historic NOVs in the past. These were all before Ms. Blackwell purchased it. We've also seen only one letter of support. We got a couple of letters in opposition. And of course, tonight you've heard a couple of comments from the public as well. I believe they were all in opposition. As Ms. Blackwell mentioned, we've been sort of working with her on trying to get the primary structure moving forward so that she wouldn't have to seek a second variance for an accessory structure without a primary structure. They both seem to be moving forward at the same time, and generally this is how it happens. She cannot build the accessory structure, although she's applied for a building permit for it, until she potentially receives approval from you all tonight. If not, she can still build a structure at 1,000 square feet if she so chooses. There is one thing I wanted to correct. There's a typo in the staff report. Condition number 3 is requiring Ms. Blackwell to match the appearance of the primary structure in the accessory structure. And upon further research, we want that to be removed for parcels that are less than 3 acres. The accessory structure has to match the primary structure. For any property over 3 acres, it does not need to match. So we'd like to remove that if you all seek to move forward with approval. But with that, staff does recommend approval.
Questions for staff? I'm sorry, Mr. White, I do see that your hand is up. However, we have closed the public portion of the meeting, so I cannot go back to you for your testimony. Any questions for the Director Hand?
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Jones.
So, Gunnar, with the concerns expressed regarding the opposition on thinking that Mrs. Blackwell was somehow wanting to convert this structure into something for commercial purposes, that's not zoned properly for that. And so can you just confirm that could not, I mean, I guess it could be done, but it could not legally be done without getting appropriate approval, correct?
Correct. If she wanted to have a commercial use on this property, she would have to get a special use permit. Similar to the one that Mr. Phillips, who was referenced earlier, which is a half mile or so around the corner, was denied earlier. The issue is conformance to those requirements. So in this, one of the conditions of approval in this project is that it clearly states what that accessory structure can be used for, not commercial uses. And based on all the one thing I would say, Commissioner Jones, is based on the conversations we had today, if we wanted to, we could add another condition of approval. It's implied, but she cannot have 2 dwelling units on the same parcel. You could construe the bathroom with the shower, an upstairs, could be used as a dwelling unit, and it cannot be. So we could add that one if we felt comfortable, but again, we didn't apply that as a condition of approval because it's implied.
Okay, Commissioner Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got numerous issues. We just approved a 600 square feet variance, single story. And so pushing the boundaries a little bit with parking spaces and square footage, I get, and I'm all for most of the time. I think the size and enormity of this project, without the house being put in first, and then exactly what the neighborhood is going through with something this body passed and then trying to get some sort of enforcement on. I'm not sure I want to go down that road.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Connolly.
I guess my question was to Gunther. So she cannot make commercial out of this without coming through and asking for a special use permit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so I guess the commercial use that I think Ashley spoke about is not authorized.
I apologize, Mr. Commissioner. What is the commercial use that?
She said Ashley said something about that someone had before asked for a special use permit to do something, and now they're using it for commercial.
I understood that as her referencing Mr. Phillips on Polynic, but I could be wrong.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks.
I have a question for you. If this were to be used for commercial purposes at a later date, would it be easier to have the structure built in the manner it's being built now and then pursue getting it approved for a special use permit later? Or is it more difficult to build a commercial structure now? So would this be a pathway to do it from the back, from, kind of backing into it? Would this make it easier to get it approved later on by way of special use permit rather than going in and asking for a commercial shop to be built at this juncture?
This approval is for the building itself, not the use. So
correct.
See where, I think if I'm following your line of thought, one could build a building, get it built, and then ask for the change of the use. That would be the easier route, I would imagine. Coming up front and asking to build an accessory structure for commercial, you could get denied, and then potentially the construction of that building is tied to that denial. Does that make sense?
It does. And then also you would need a change of zone, correct? If you're going to build a commercial structure. So it would make it more difficult to build this structure going in this way if it were being built just specifically for a commercial use, correct? Versus backing into it as by way of an accessory structure and then turning it into a commercial structure at a later date.
Again, this is Gunnar, Director of Planning and Design. There's a couple of pathways here, but again, similar to what neighbor applied for previously, and quite frankly and honestly, we're all still dealing with from a zoning enforcement case with Mr. Phillips, not to prejudge this case, which is important for us all to remember.
Correct.
He asked for an SUP for a temporary use of land for commercial purposes. That would probably be easier than changing it up.
Okay, thank you.
You can
Other
do
questions for the director? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion.
Make a motion to deny.
Okay, can I get a motion for, can I get a reason for denial for the record?
Sheer size.
A motion for denial based on the size of the structure. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Pauly. Any discussion on motion for denial based on the size of the structure? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Yay.
Conley,
Nay.
Commissioner Armstrong, did you vote yes or no?
I voted yes.
Okay, thank you. Ernst,
Nay.
I'm sorry.
Nay.
Okay. I'm having trouble determining between aye and nay, so if we could do yes and no, that would be pretty helpful. Ewing,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Pauly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny this appeal based on the size of the structure passes 5 in favor and 2 opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to go back to Mr. Baghdadi's application?
Yes, if you could go ahead and move the previous application or applicants back over to attendees also, Janet.
Yes, I will.
And anybody that was speaking on behalf, would you move them as well? Okay,
I will call this application and then I will do that.
thank you.
We're going to go back to appeal number 2401, Riyadh Baghdadi, for property at 927 Kansas Avenue.
Hey, Mr. Baghdadi, are you able to hear us? And could you go ahead and unmute yourself and so we can hear you? I'm going to go ahead and call on Sumi Rabi. Is that, are you asking to speak on behalf of Mr. Baghdadi?
Mr. Carson?
Yes.
Hi. Sorry about that. We're having a little bit of technology difficulties for our first time applying with the Zoom meeting. Mr. Riyadh Baghdadi, my architect, is right next to me. I wasn't aware how to process the communication with the passcode. I do apologize.
That's okay. Could you go ahead and give us, please, your name and address for the record? And then, I'm sorry, can you, and then if the applicant is there, whoever's going to speak, I just need them to identify themselves for the record.
Yes, sir. My name is Sami Rabi. I am the property owner of 927 Kansas Avenue, and Mr. Baghdadi is right next to me, and he may speak for me. Thank you.
Okay. So go ahead, please, and tell us, I need addresses from both of you, and then if you please go ahead and tell us about your project.
Yes,
I think I got the.
Yeah, hi, my name is Riyadh Baghdadi. I'm with RB Architecture Engineering. Address 11661 College Boulevard, Overland Park, Kansas, 66210.
Thank you.
Give him your address.
And my address is 927 Kansas Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66105.
Okay, go ahead and tell us about your project and what you're asking for this evening.
Yeah, our project is to convert an existing part of the existing building into a garage for car repair shop and dealership. The proposed building is going to be around 4,000 square feet. We are going to maintain an old part that abuts Kansas Avenue, That with the brick facing here and the windows and the awning that we have. And we're gonna build in the back of this building, demolish the existing building in the back and put a new building, a new garage building. In addition to that, we're gonna improve the parking. We're gonna provide 18 parking spaces. Plus the garage itself will house 6 car garages for sale. All the sales will be inside, and the garage will have 3 repair bays in there. We try to make our building, our expansion of the building compatible with what we have. We work on, as you can see on the plan, and especially on sheet if you go more into the sheet there, you will see our proposed addition. Yeah, if you go down more. Yeah. Yeah, here is our proposed addition.
No, they gone ahead and it's the previous one, it looks like. We're having.
Yeah, this is.
Mr. Carson, we're having a little bit difficulties being in the Wyandotte County, as my parents are developing business in the city. Unfortunately, we've been having some clarification issues due to the front existing structure we were trying to keep. Being said, I was unaware who our planner clearly was. Unfortunately, with this pandemic that has been occurred, it has been a little bit difficult to have communications with our planner and to come to across finding out Jason Faust being our planner. He has been giving us back and forth due to following commercial guidelines is a protocol in our case. We have no issues with that. Due to us keeping the existing building, I have proposed in 2 pre-development meetings where I had an architect in the beginning. Unfortunately, things did not go through. As Riyadh is now taking over our project, I have proposed in the pre-development meeting that we will be keeping the front existing building, and as an adjacent property that we have, I would like to build over the existing structure. If you would make it an easy way of understanding, I do not like to have the building looking like a camper, like a regular pickup truck, making it all the new structure to be brought over to the existing structure. The front face would have, above the existing structure, would have metal paneling. As for the bricks, you see, it is now brought up 8 foot. We had an original plan sent out to Mr. Faust of 6-foot bricks, and the remaining would be stucco. As for the commercial guidelines, it is required to have windows since there is residential properties facing Boki and the alleyway. We will be putting windows to provide and follow the guidelines. However, where you see right now on this page you have up, this was a template, which is the 4th revision Riyadh had sent over. And I had an email that nobody had responded back to me, that Mr. Richard had replied back that Mr. Gunner would respond back to me in regards to my concern of this email I sent over, and nobody had responded back to me as I have waited. And I figured since we are here speaking all directly with each other, we would discuss this and get a better clarification. The revision that you see right now is not what we are trying to propose. The 3rd revision that I have submitted into the email, which was handed over after Christmas, it's 6 feet brick, and the front building portion, you see the existing, there will be a metal paneling that would be built over it. And we didn't have windows in that plan, but we will be putting the windows right in between each column on facing the Boki, in between the brick and the stucco.
Well, Mr. Raga, let me interrupt you.
Sure.
Tonight's not a night for clarification and to basically get approval to redo your project. I mean, this is not a meeting to do this before the public. So if you need more time to get back with the planning staff to get to an agreeable situation, then we can get you that we can do. we can't do your project tonight. We
No,
can't figure it out and get a final detail put together. So maybe I misunderstood what you're saying about getting clarification and trying to work it out, but tonight's not the night to do that. Tonight's to tell us what you want to do with what you've submitted and whether or not you can agree with the Planning Commission recommendations, and if not, what you're asking us for.
Sure. Like I mentioned, based on the setback that we have on the property that we were trying to establish this building, and as far as the front portion of the existing building to stay remaining and to build over on top of it to equal out the building as what we have proposed. The building itself is going to be constructed into my first time opening my own business here, looking to develop something that would help out, you know, a better atmosphere and appearance for the street of Kansas Avenue. As again, what you see here is similar to what we are trying to propose, but the setbacks as what we are requesting and the proposal is going to remain the same.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure, because what you're proposing looks fine. I mean, we haven't heard from the director and to get their recommendations, but when you made that comment, I just want to make sure we're not redoing your project here tonight, because we can't do that.
No, we can't open all files.
No, is there anything else that you want to tell us before we move on to public comment and go to the director for?
More than welcome to move on further. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's ask for questions first. Any questions for the applicant from members of the commission? I am not seeing any, and they might just be as confused as I am, but we're going to get clarification for everybody before we go to a vote. Okay, I'm going to open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone here tonight that came to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand and I will call on you. And I'm not seeing anyone, so I will close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Gunnar Hand for his comments and recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. As was stated before, there are quite a few variances requested as a part of this project. This project is also associated with an SUP later in the agenda for the Planning Commission, as this type of use requires a special use permit. We have had to do quite a bit of work back and forth with the applicant on this project as it relates to the requirements within this SUP, which some align with and are specifically referenced to the commercial design guidelines, but it is also a new commercial business that has to meet the commercial design guidelines. So our revisions have constantly been working through those issues when you take into consideration, and let me just show you the picture again one more time, a very constrained site. We very much like the idea of the applicant to maintain the existing structure out front. At some point, there was a house on this property, clearly. You can see it in this picture right here. And over time, this became the addition on the front of the building for a former camper sales and supplies business. It's kind of a retro cool 50s frontage right on Kansas Avenue. So they wanted to preserve that and build a new business behind it by demolishing the former house. So we were supportive of keeping the existing fabric of this block. We worked with them on sidewalks both along, redoing the sidewalks both along Kansas Avenue and Boki, which we thought were beneficial. But when you work through all of those things and considering the constrained site that it is, the honest truth is the requirements for this zoning district really didn't take into good consideration an existing constrained site like this. It was more of a new parcel, greenfield type development. So there's a lot of setbacks that even the existing building does not meet, right? Existing non-conforming. So when we consider all those constraints of the site, yes, there are a lot of variances requested here, but we worked with the applicant to a point where we feel we have a site plan that we think we can work with. It is a industrially zoned property, and so across Boki and across the alleyway is residentially zoned properties. We weren't able to get a buffer, 15-foot buffer on the rear end, but we were to get one on the Boki side, which is the residential street side as opposed to the alley side. We were able to get them to enclose the trash enclosure, but that would be within a setback. We were able to make sure that all these inoperable vehicles and things of that nature were inside the building. So you couldn't, there's a long history in this neighborhood of inoperable vehicles not being screened from view. They can be included if it's an industrial zone, but they're not being screened. We have a lot of work that's done on these vehicles out in the public right of way. We have a lot of work where a lot of these vehicles spill over into other parcels. So that is still very much an issue, and we do raise a couple of conditions of approval in accordance with that, such as parking is for customers only. A lot of times you see that that parking gets taken over either by sales and or repair to free up space in the repair shop. We also have a condition of approval that all service and sales are to happen inside. So generally speaking, when they meet the requirements of the SUP and the conditions of approval, all of which get double checked at the DRC stage when these guys come back for a building permit to build their structure, I think that we should be good considering the comments from the applicant today. There is one NOV for overgrown grass that is quite a few years ago, and it's been resolved. But again, there's been no opposition or support, so we recommend approval with the site plan.
All right, thank you. Questions for the director? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve subject to staff stipulations.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Commissioner Pauly, seconded by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion?
Yes, yes, I think we are still not, the owner want to revise the plans, right?
We're going to continue.
Sir, we have a motion on the table. Are you wanting to, I mean, at this point, we're ready to approve your project. Are you wanting to throw a wrench into it?
Mr. Carson, I apologize. Mr. Gunner, if you are aware, I have provided an email that showed the main one that we were turning in. I don't know who made the decision to provide this fourth revision into it. Our impression was to go by the third revision. But as again, Mr. Gunner, if you can understand, in our position that we're having is that this, based on the setbacks and everything, we are applying for it. But as we can agree and move on further, the exterior of the building, we are needing to make some, one-on-one to agree. If that's available, that we can have a separate conversation outside of this hearing, that would be great.
Gunner?
Can we, I mean, if possible, if we can include some exception to the design and approve it based on those provisions, we would appreciate it.
And we're going to find out whether or not okay. I got to get control over this thing.
Okay.
Like I said, we're not going to redo your project tonight. I stated that early on.
Okay.
If what can be done at a later point with working with the planning staff and the building staff, that's fine. If not, then we're going to have to pull this off and we're going to have to hold it over until you get everything worked out. We're not going to redo your project tonight. So I'm going to put you both on mute. I'm going to go to the director, and that's the last I'm going to hear from the two of you until we get to a resolution to where we can vote on this or hold it over. Okay?
All right.
Okay. Gunner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. I guess I'm also confused now at this point. I'm not sure why they would submit a fourth revision to their site plan if they didn't want us to review that one for approval. So I recommend we continue for 30 days, this and the special use permit.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to 30 minutes ago.
Sorry.
Okay, so we have a motion for approval. Commissioner Pauly, would you like to withdraw your motion?
I would, thank you.
Commissioner Jones, would you withdraw your second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to hold over?
I move to hold over for 30 days.
Second.
Motion to hold over made by Commissioner Armstrong, seconded by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion for holdover for 30 days? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Ewing,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Foley.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold over this appeal until the February 8th meeting passes. 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. I encourage you all to get together and get this worked out before the next month's meeting. And I apologize to everybody on the meeting that it took so long to get to this point. So let's call the next case and get back on track.
Mr. Chairman, would you like to make an announcement about the planning commission meeting?
Yes, since you prompted me to, I think I should. Just want to let everyone know that the Planning Commission is going to be starting late. We're still dealing with the remaining cases on the Board of Zoning Appeals. Once we finish up, we have 3 more cases to hear. We will take a 5-minute break and then we will convene the Planning Commission at that time. But thank you all for your patience.
Our next application is appeal number 2407 for property at 3500 North 32nd Terrace. At this time, does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for Mazarat Perez Mera. If you're in the audience, please raise your hand. Mr. or Ms. Mera? Anyone? I don't believe I'm seeing anyone with that name. So Janet, would you go ahead and call the next case and we'll call it again before we end the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Our next appeal is BOZA 2020-0045, Jennifer and Kenneth Spun for property at 3120 South 74th Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
You?
Okay, I see Mr. Spung in the audience. So if you go ahead, please unmute yourself and then give us your name and address, please, and tell us about your project.
This is Kenneth Spong at 3120 South 74th Street.
Yes, go ahead and tell us about your project.
We're seeking approval to build a workshop that would be 24 feet wide and 94 feet long. And this is on a 20-acre piece of land that we have our primary residence. It's heavily wooded with a deep ravine that runs through the middle of it. Our house is built into the side of the ravine, and the workshop would also be built into the ravine. It would be back about 320 feet from 74th Street and would not be visible from 74th Street. The purpose of the workshop is to provide a garage space to store a small farm tractor, and then space for a woodworking shop and a metalworking shop for my own personal use, and for wood storage and for storing metal as well.
Okay, anything else you'd like to add?
That pretty well covers it. It would not be visible to any of the neighbors around. The style of the structure would be fairly close match to the style of our home as far as stone and wood siding.
Okay, are there any questions for the applicant? I am not seeing any, so we'll go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone here tonight that came to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand for his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is another accessory structure above the 1,000 square foot limit by 256 feet. unlike the previous case where you may recall that I mentioned if it's over 3 acres, it doesn't have to match the building. The applicants came to us seeking to match their building with this accessory structure, so we wrote a condition of approval accordingly, so that it can match that primary structure. There is some issues as it relates to the driveway itself. To build the structure and to get the equipment in there, they're going to need an extra wide driveway. So we mentioned that driveway, once construction would be completed as a condition of approval, be reduced back down to a standard width of a driveway. And driveway permits and all that can be checked by the Public Works Department. This is, as mentioned, 20 acres, so it's less than, building occupies less than 1% of the entire site. We also have additional conditions of approval, including downlighting and other similar standards and conditions in terms of what the accessory structure can be used for. We saw no NOVs on this property. There's been no letters in opposition and some letters, I think there were 2 letters of support from adjacent neighbors. With that, we recommend approval.
Are there questions for Director Hand? I see Commissioner Ernst.
This is for either Director Hand or legal. Patrick, just a few minutes ago, we denied an accessory structure because it was too big. This one, I know it's not as big as the last one, but are we setting a criteria here? This is bigger than 1,000 feet or 1,000 square feet by double the amount. What differs this from the one that was just denied?
Patrick Waters, Legal Department. Well, the board does have discretion. I mean, it is judged by a reasonableness standard. So I think if the two were compared, you would want to make sure that there was a specific reasoning why, if there were different votes. Every case is unique and every case has different factors. So it's not necessarily that you can't have different votes just because they're both larger than allowed, but you would want to have specific reasoning why if the votes were different.
I guess that was my point.
Would a motion then therefore have to be clarified, Patrick, or is that required?
Well,
I'm just
I
trying
think
to
it might be
figure out how
helpful.
to apply.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might be helpful to have a little bit more context in all motions, probably. So it's always good to spell out with some detail why.
Trying to figure out how to apply the Goldilocks standard to this. All right, Commissioner Ernst, did your question get answered?
To the degree it can be, yes.
All right, that's what we'll go for tonight. Okay, any other questions for the director? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion. Don't be shy.
I move the
Commissioner Ernst.
I move appeals approve case BAZ 2020-0045 as meeting all the requirements of the city code. Staff stipulations.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
So, motion to approve made by Commissioner Ernst, seconded by Commissioner Pauly. Any discussion? Commissioner Connolly.
Hold on.
You're muted, Commissioner Connolly.
Would you like to throw in there no opposition on this one? Because there's opposition on the other one.
I'm sorry, can you?
I said with
say that again?
Mr. Ernst wants to throw in no opposition as far as his motion? Because there was opposition in the other one, I think. That was kind of.
Mr. Waters, is that necessary?
I would gladly add it for Mr.
It's up to the maker of the motion. It's Commissioner Ernst's discretion on it.
I would gladly I would gladly add it at Mr. Connolly's suggestion, if I can get a second.
Is that okay with Commissioner Pauly, who made the second?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. Further discussion on motion for approval?
Mr. Chair, if I
Seeing
may,
none, roll. I'm sorry.
if I may, I would just add for complete context, this is an existing single-family home on the property as well. That would be another contextual difference.
All right, thank you. So the merits of this case are different, as Patrick discussed. Each one is different. Okay, seeing no further discussion, roll call, please. Janet?
Armstrong,
Aye.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Huey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, noting that no one appeared in opposition to this application at the meeting, and also the applicant has a legal existing home on this property, passes set with the conditions in the staff report, 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you very much, Janet, for that clarification.
We will now move on to our next appeal, which is BOZA 2020-0046, Blair Fettinger, for property at 411 and 415 Stein Avenue. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank
No.
you.
Okay, Mr. or Ms. Thettinger, if you're in the audience, okay, one moment, please. And Janet, if you could please move the previous applicant back over to attendee, that would be great. Blair Thettinger, available to talk. If you go ahead and give us your name and address, please. Unmute yourself and tell us about your project.
Thank you very much. My name is Blair Thettinger. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, I live at 448 Shawnee Road, Kansas City, Kansas, 66103. The property in question is the one directly behind my house, an empty lot at 411 Stein Avenue and 415 Stein Avenue. A couple of years ago, I applied to have 2 pet goats on the property. I have a large garden and orchard on the vacant lots adjacent to my property, and I wanted to have 2 goats for my family, for my daughters. So the property at 411 Stein has that kind of white old metal shed on it. I want to remove that, build a nice small kind of little goat shed. It would look like the garden shed that I got approval for to have next to my garden. I got approval for that through this body to have a shed there. I got a building permit and I built that according to those. I'd like to build a small shed for the little goats. The reason I got approval for the goats before, the reason I chose not to actually go ahead and get them is it just didn't feel like the right time, specifically because I didn't own the property at 415 Stein Avenue. Now I went ahead and I purchased that empty lot. I've cleaned it up some. There was quite a bit of kind of trash on it and stuff, and clean that up. And I'd like to clear out some of the underbrush and use that to have these goats on. I have spoken to all the neighbors who are adjacent to the property, and everyone I've spoken to has expressed support. Eloise, who is our neighborhood council leader person, neighborhood group person, and has spoken to people in the neighborhood group, and she said that she did not have objections. And the current shed that's on there, I would remove that. I'd get rid of that. So there would not be 2 sheds there. The shed would not be, I think I didn't know there was a 1,000 square foot limit. It would definitely not be over that. It would be small. And yeah, and that's it.
Thank you. And just one quick question for me. I know you gave your address. Is that property adjacent to, or do you live in or around this property? You live right there. Okay, so you
I live right
by
there.
it. Thank you.
Yeah, I live
All
right
great.
there.
Thank you.
And that's my garden.
All right,
You can
perfect.
see on the thing too. And I
Yes.
put in solar panels too.
Looks
That's
very
the
nice.
garden
Thank you.
shed right there. Yeah, that's the garden shed.
Okay. All right, thank you. Questions for the applicant? I'm seeing none. I'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that came tonight to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? And I see Mr. Jadek. Just go ahead and unmute yourself, please. Give us your name and address.
Hi, this is Jay Jadek. I live at 444 Shawnee Road. Can you hear me?
Yes, just fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I live next to Blair. I've seen what he's done with his property, with the gardens and the orchard, and he's shared food with me before. We're friends, and everyone around the neighborhood likes Blair and his projects, and I've never heard of any issues with them. And I think this is a fun idea for his family, and I'm in full support of the building and the goats.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? Okay, Jordan Delzell. Yourself, please. There you
Hello.
go. Yes, Jordan.
Hi. Yeah, I'm a neighbor of Blair's as well on Shawnee Road, and I'm in full support of the goats too. I enjoy seeing the garden and the fruit trees that Blair already has, and like the other person stated as well, I know other neighbors are in support, and I think the goats will add a nice, enjoyable aspect to the neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you, West. Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this variance is to have a accessory structure without a primary structure. There has been a notice of violation in the past, which we believe has been resolved. Up until this meeting, we had yet to receive any letters of support or opposition, but you did just hear two neighbors express their support. There is a condition of approval in here that the accessory structure matches his primary structure across the way. That is one way of saying it. The other way is saying we exclude building materials such as metal, cement blocks, and fiberglass. So if he builds the building to match the one that you saw in the picture, which I'll bring up right here, which is how he built his shed for his farm, he should be a-okay, is the short of it. We also added a condition of approval for downlighting to make sure there's no glare on adjacent properties. With that, we recommend approval.
Any questions for Director Hand?
And Mr. Chair, just one clarification. He mentioned before, but this body will hear special use permit 20-00096 for the goats at the Planning Commission.
All right, thank you. Again, questions for the director? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion.
I move to approve with staff stipulations.
Second.
Motion.
Uh-oh.
There's going to be another one then.
Did everybody just freeze, Janet?
Um,
Oh, no, Brandy's moving.
for the shed and the goats. Jeff is frozen. I don't know. There we go. I
I
don't
was
know.
gonna say, I think Karen was frozen too for somewhere.
I'm sorry. I think either something's unstable somewhere because I think I jumped out. So anyway, I'm sorry. We were at roll call. Janet, did you get it?
I don't know who made the second.
Okay, the second, it was made by Commissioner Armstrong, and I'm second, it was made by Commissioner Moeller.
Okay, thank you. Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes, indeed.
Yui,
Aye. Yes.
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Polly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. I think if we can just go back to the one case that the applicant was not
Yes.
available before, that should conclude.
I did see that the applicant is on the call now, Mr. Chair. We're going to go back to appeal number 2407 for property at 3500 North 32nd Terrace.
Okay, Mr. or Ms. Mara, you please go ahead and unmute yourself, please, and tell us your name and address and about your project. Mr. or Ms. Mara, can you hear us? Gunnar, do you know anything about this case? I'm sorry? Hello?
Mr. Chairman, they were on there and
I still see them on here.
They're on, they're just not coming through. I can speak to it if you prefer.
Montserrat Perez Mara, can you hear us? Okay, Gunnar, could you go ahead and give us some background, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Again, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This appeal is for an accessory structure without a primary structure. It's on a vacant parcel at 3500 North 32nd Terrace, just north of 635 as it bends over in the northern county in the northeast area. It's actually technically just outside of the northeast area master plan area. Right on North 32nd. Oh, excuse me. No, it is inside the northeast area master plan area. If you all remember during that planning process, that there was an extension of it across this part of 635, so it is included in that area. Again, it's a vacant parcel. Currently on that vacant parcel, you can see a couple of inoperable vehicles and a recreational trail, recreation vehicle. The applicant is requesting, and this is also in conjunction with special use permit 2021-05, which may or may not be heard at the Planning Commission later today. Essentially, they want to put a shipping container on this parcel to store a recreational vehicle. We've gone back and forth with the applicant a couple of times. There's still some outstanding questions for us that weren't answered. Again, we know that it's a used shipping container, but we're not exactly sure of the size of it. We're not sure what else is going to be in that, within that shipping container. The other issue here is while they noted that they had a neighborhood meeting, we never received documentation of that neighborhood meeting. There's one NOV on the property. We received no letters of opposition or support of the project. With all of the unanswered questions for us, and it's unfortunate that Mr. or Mrs. Perez is not there, we actually recommend denial.
Gunnar, given the fact that we're unable to hear the applicant and given the fact that we don't have the minutes for the meeting, would this be a candidate for holdover to get the rest of the information and get it worked out?
Yes, we would recommend 30 days.
Are there questions from staff? First of all, I want to go to the public. Is there anyone in the audience that came tonight to speak out in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand. Okay. Second, we do have someone. I have Galaxy Note 8. So if you could please give us your name and address, and then you could provide your testimony. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Galaxy Note 8.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Ernest White.
Yes, Mr. White.
And I oppose of, several people out here, they've been building sheds right behind my house. It's like a 60 by 40.
Mr. White,
And
where do you live? What's your address?
I stay on 33rd Terrace,
Give us your full address, please.
3523 North 33rd Terrace.
Thank you.
And I got a neighbor that they've been building on lean-to horse sheds and stuff like that. And I've been opposing this kind of stuff from day one, because I mean, this is a community around here with houses, and I got pictures of horses in my yard and goats and stuff like that, and chickens and hogs just running rapid out here. And I've called the police on them for having horses in my yard, and I got pictures, where I took pictures with the police taking horses off the yard. And
Mr. White, are any of these animals coming from the property that's in question here?
well, horses, I don't know where they're coming from, but everybody around here wants to be a cowboy. And when they shut the horse stable out up there on Sauter Drive, it seemed like everybody just started buying property and trying to put horses and stuff like that on it. And I just oppose of them. I'd rather them build a house or something, and or let them put it where they live at. Let them put the horses and goats or whatever, where they live in that. I don't, because it's a lot of horse poop. And even when I drive around the street, they don't clean up their horse poop. It's all up here by Quindale Park, all on the sidewalk.
Okay.
It's just.
So what I'm hearing is that you're opposed to anything else being put on the property besides a residential unit. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Correct.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add to your testimony?
Especially no animals,
No more animals. You're done with that.
No more animals, because
I hear you. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Okay. I'm sorry. I have Juanita Henson. Ms. Henson, go ahead and unmute yourself, please, and give us your name and your address.
Juanita Henson at 3457 North 33rd Terrace.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
And I'm in agreement with Mr. White. We have a problem, with horses and dogs and cats, chickens, rooster crowing in the morning. We can't sleep late, like you're on a farm. And we don't know just what all is being stored over there, whatever they're telling you all that they're doing it for a container, but we don't know. But we hear all of this. And just this summer, I had goat come down in my front yard, up to my front door. And we just have all kinds of animals, and I'm afraid that, and the smell from the animals, smell from the goats, all that's disturbing to have that in my backyard.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Is it possible for me to speak also? My name is Aaron Henson. I am speaking for Juanita Henson as well.
Yes, go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
Again, my name is Aaron Henson.
Mm-hmm.
And then also 3457 North 33rd Terrace.
Okay, go ahead.
I think one additional disturbing thing, is that we understand what is being proposed, but we've been over here for, I want to say 40 plus years, and we've seen a number of things erected for one purpose, but then being used for something else. I think another thing that's also disturbing is outside of the property lines in back of our house, we've been charged by the city to maintain that property behind the fence at our own behind the fence at our own expense. And these animals that you've heard about, the horses, the goats, at our expense, we're having to keep that property up, but then it's being destroyed by these animals that are allowed to just walk vicariously throughout the neighborhood.
Okay.
And there's no way in terms of being able to recoup the cost in landscaping fees that we're having to pay out every year to try to maintain as the city has asked for us to do or mandated for us to do.
Okay, so you're opposed to anything other than a residential structure at this address at this time. So you're opposed to the request that's being made for the shipping container.
Correct. Yes,
All
sir.
right. I appreciate your comment. Thank you very much. Anyone else? I do see a hand up from the petitioner. Mr. or Ms. Mara, can you go ahead and unmute yourself and speak? I see your hand up, but we've not been able to hear you this evening. Okay, you're unmuted. Go ahead and speak. Now you're muted again. Go ahead and speak. Okay, it appears that we're just not.
Jeff, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I must have hit mine by mistake. Excuse me. Considering the fact that we cannot get audio on the petitioner and the fact that they have not submitted the minutes for their public meeting, Gunnar, do you have any suggestions? I mean, I guess we could go ahead with the motion to deny, or we could hold over. Is that correct? I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with that, not hearing from the applicant.
I think, Mr. Chair, the only other thought I had for the applicant was they could try to not hit the link to come into the meeting, but just call in the number. That's the other option. I don't know if we want to sit here and wait.
We're running out of time on that option, though.
I agree. Then my recommendation would be with continuance so that we could hear the applicant and confirm they had a neighborhood meeting.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff from the commission? Commissioner Jones.
Gunnar, the other thing that I'd like to see have happen, especially with what was expressed in public opposition, because for this area, we've heard similar comments for other cases before, but the thing I'm concerned about is this shipping container. Staff asked a pretty clear question, but didn't get a response. And, you know, there's something, and I hate to be so doubting, but something suspicious about why the petitioner cannot say what was in that container. It could have been something hazardous. And so when we hold it over, when you have communication with them, I would stress that I think it's critical that they answer that simple question.
Agreed.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions for the director? If not, I will stand for a motion.
Motion to hold over, subject to, well, at the suggestion of staff.
Second. Hold over, is that for 30 days, Commissioner Jones?
Second.
I'm sorry, yes, 30-day holdover.
Motion to hold over for 30 days made by Commissioner Jones, and I believe the second was made by Commissioner Connolly. Is there any discussion on motion to hold over? Seeing none, sorry, Commissioner Ernst.
I would only mention that on number 6, what will be stored in the container, the applicant did respond on that. Recreational vehicles, it's in the notes.
Yes, you are correct. Thank you.
The other missing things, however,
need to be addressed.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Motion is for holdover for 30 days, made and seconded. Roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Huey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Hawley.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold over this application until the February 8th meeting for the applicant to submit proof that they held their neighborhood meeting, to answer the question as to what's going to be stored in the container, and also because we were unable to hear the applicant on the meeting tonight, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. That does conclude the agenda for the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. We're going to take about a 5-minute recess. When we come back, we will convene the Planning Commission meeting and we'll get started. So I appreciate all of your patience this evening, and we'll be back with you very shortly. Thank you. Okay, do we have everybody? Okay,
Okay, Mr.
appears that
Chairman.
we do.
we're
Yes.
good to go.
Okay, Janet, could you turn your microphone up a little bit more? We're still having just a, I mean, we can hear you, but it's not.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. I want to welcome you all tonight to the January 11th meeting of the Planning Commission. I also want to thank you for your patience while we got through a rather lengthy Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. My name is Jeff Carson. I'm chairman of tonight's meeting. I want to also introduce Karen Jones, who's the vice chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission. On hand with us tonight, a few introductions with Gunnar Hand, who's the director of land use and urban planning. Janet Parker, who you will hear a lot from this evening, is the executive assistant to the Department of Land Use and Urban Planning. We also have Byron Toy with the Department of Land Use and Urban Planning as well. We also have Martin Tangira, who is with the Unified Government Engineering Department, Patrick Waters with the Unified Government Legal Department, and we have the following commissioners on hand with us tonight. We have Commissioner James Ernst, Commissioner James Connolly, Commissioner Susanna Pauly, Commissioner Joanne Huey, Commissioner Mark Mueller, Commissioner Brandy Armstrong. They will all be with us tonight. So I will now turn the meeting over to Secretary Parker, who will read the opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, before I read the opening statement, I've got some housekeeping things that we need to take care of.
Thank you.
First of all, the first thing I want to tell the commission is, as you know, we have gone to an updated system. That is why for the next couple of months, the numbers on the agenda are going to look strange to you. They look strange to us too, but in a couple of months, they'll all be sorted out. The second thing is that the special use permit application SP-2020-102 for Whispering Pines Home Association, special use permit for fill material earth moving in order to construct a silt dam and place excess fill material on adjacent property at 3315 North 128th Street and 12820 Sloan Avenue was withdrawn on Friday afternoon. There will be no further hearings on that application. Also, because of a couple of actions on the Board of Zoning Appeals agenda tonight, special use permit application SP-2020-97 Riyadh Baghdadi, special use permit for auto sales, repair, and body work at 927 Kansas Avenue. The appeal was held over until the February meeting. I need a motion to hold over special use permit until the February 8th meeting also.
Do we have a motion to do so, please?
Motion to hold over special use permit 2020-97.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Armstrong to hold over. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Huey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
and Polly.
Yes.
That motion to hold over passes, 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
The next item, if you noted on your agenda, special use permit. Oh, special use permit SP-2020-100 for the Chateau Avalon for an outdoor event space at 701 Village West Parkway. That item was held over last month for 30 days. The staff and the applicant have been discussing the application, and the staff's recommendation, as you saw on the agenda, was that this application be held over for 60 days, which would be the March 8th, 2021 meeting.
Can I get a motion to hold that case over for 60 days?
Motion for holdover for 60 days.
Second.
Motion to hold over for 60 days made by Commissioner Huey, seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Any discussion? Roll call.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes, ma'am.
Huey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
and Polly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold over that application until the March 8th meeting passes 7 in favor and 1 opposed.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
And one more application related to the Board of Zoning Appeals agenda is special use permit SP-2020-105. Special use permit for a shipping container at 3500 North 32nd Street. That appeal was held over till the February 8th meeting, so we cannot hear the special use permit tonight.
All right. Do you need a motion to hold it over as well, or?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so I need a motion to hold over 2020-105 for 30 days.
Motion for holdover for 30 days.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion to hold over for 30 days made by Commissioner Huey, seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Huey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Polly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold over that application till the February 8th meeting passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I will now read the Planning Commission statement. We would like to welcome those participating to the meeting of the City Planning Commission. Due to COVID-19, the members are participating remotely by Zoom webinar. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background and plan to stay visible during the meeting. Planning Commission members, use the raise your hand feature to speak. And after Chairman Carson recognizes you, unmute your microphone and please state your name when you begin to speak. If you need to recuse or if you need a personal break, use the raise your hand feature. For those in attendance, use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak on an issue. The chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Unmute your microphone and state your name and address before giving your comments. If you have called in by telephone only, if you are having trouble logging into the Zoom meeting, please email planninginfo@wicokck.org and Secretary Parker will assist you. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly may be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs, which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The Planning Commission is a voluntary body of citizens which will review each zoning proposal. For all change of zones, special use permits, vacations, and preliminary plan reviews on tonight's agenda, the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the Unified Government Board of Commissioners, who will then make the final decisions on Thursday, January 28, 2021. For final plats and final plan reviews heard tonight, the Planning Commission's decision is final and there will not be another hearing. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the Planning Commission will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be called upon and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be called upon and allowed to make their statements and ask questions. Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker may request to extend their time, and the Planning Commission may, by 2/3 majority vote, extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the commission if a question is directed to them. The Planning Commission will discuss the application and make their recommendation. If persons in opposition want to formally protest a change of zone or special use permit, a means is available by a legal protest petition, which can be obtained along with the necessary instructions by emailing the Urban Planning and Land Use Department at planninginfo@wycokck.org tomorrow morning. Any application receiving a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission will appear on the consent agenda of the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the Unified Government Commission, or other interested parties, the Planning Commission's recommendation will be adopted. The consent agenda is heard at the beginning of the meeting at 7 p.m. The Planning Commission will also have a consent agenda as part of their meeting this evening. The consent agenda is the first part of the agenda, and items on the consent agenda are final plats, final plans, or special use permit renewals that have received a staff recommendation to approve. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the staff, a member of the Planning Commission, or other interested parties, the staff's recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Planning Commission at one time. I will read a list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the chairman will ask if there are any requests to remove items. This is your time to use the raise your hand feature, be recognized, and request that an item be removed from the consent agenda if you do not agree with the staff recommendation. The Planning Commission is required to disclose contact about any item on the Planning Commission agenda. Before each item, I will ask if any contacts have been made, and members of the commission will be asked to disclose those contacts at that time. Please note that your opinions will be forwarded to the governing body for their consideration in making a final decision. In addition, those who receive notices for this evening's hearing will again receive them for the hearing on Thursday, January 28, 2021. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Consideration of the December 14, 2020 CMIP and regular session City Planning Commission minutes. Special use permit application SU 20-00092. Esther Reed, renewal of a special use permit SP-2018-93, which expired on yesterday on 1/10/2021 for the temporary use of land to park a dump truck at 1610 North 51st Street. The items I have just read are on the consent agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact on any of these items?
No.
Please include the following items as part of the record for all of the items on the consent agenda. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 11, 2021, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notices to property owners, and the publication in the Echo for the special use permit. The commission will vote to approve in one vote these items unless someone requests that an item be removed from the consent agenda.
Is there anyone on the commission who would like to have anything removed from the consent agenda? I'm not seeing anything. Anyone in the audience want to remove anything from the consent agenda for special consideration? Please raise your hand. I am seeing none, so I will entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
I move that we accept the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion to approve the consent agenda made by Commissioner Armstrong, seconded by Commissioner Mueller. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Yui,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Polly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the items on the consent agenda with the conditions in the staff report passes 7 in favor and none opposed. Mr. Chairman, the special use permit will go before the Unified Government Board of Commissioners on January 28th at 7 p.m. That now concludes the consent agenda, and we will move on to the non-consent agenda. Our first item is change of zone application COZ-0002, Lonnie and Leslie Cannon. Change of zone from R1B Single Family District to R2B Two Family District for an existing duplex at 3410 Metropolitan Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 11, 2021, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Cannon, are you in the audience? If you would please raise your hand so I can. Thank you, Mr. Cannon. I've got you unmuted, or excuse me, got you queued up to speak. If you go ahead and unmute yourself, please give us your name and address for the record. Tell us about your project. Mr. Cannon, we just need you to unmute yourself and you're queued up, ready to speak.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Go right ahead.
My name is Lonnie Cannon, and my wife and I own the property at 3410 Metropolitan Avenue. We bought the property believing it was a duplex. You know, the city description had it as a duplex. And we went to finance the property, and the appraiser then told us that it was zoned single family and not multifamily. So we weren't allowed to, well, we could have borrowed, but we didn't. We wanted to borrow against it as a duplex, not as a single family residence. Nonetheless, we'd like to change the zoning so we can move forward with that. The property will continue to be used as a duplex as it has been for a number of years. Not sure how long it's been a duplex, but it has separate gas meters. It's got 2 separate addresses, 2 entrances, totally 2 different living quarters. You know, we've started to improve the property as well, making it safer, keeping it clean, mowing the grass, doing all the things that you would expect a homeowner to do. Although I live in Lenexa, I grew up in Turner, Wyandotte County, and certainly enjoy giving back to the community and making this a presentable property. Other than that, I think that's all I've got to say.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant? I just have one. How do you address the parking? What type of parking situation do you have there?
Behind the building, there are, in one of the photos, you can see there's enough parking for three vehicles. As you can see, my car is there in the middle, and then it also has a 2-car garage. The garage itself is really not usable. I mean, you can't, cars can't fit into those garage doors. So at some point, I hope to improve that so that the garage can be used for automobiles down the road. But right now, I'm going to answer more than you asked, but certain things need to be done to the property. I need to replace the roof. There seems to be a dispute on how many layers are on the roof right now, as many as 4, I'm being told. So that's an improvement I'm going to make, but also too with the garage at some point. Sorry about that.
That's okay. My concern mainly is just with the amount of parking that you've got available. Is there a restriction on how many cars are going to be able to be parked there?
No, 3 cars will park easily, and then there's parking on the street just as well.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, I will open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that came tonight to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand. And I am seeing none, so I will close the public portion of the meeting and I'll go to staff and get their comment.
Mr. Chair, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. As the applicant mentioned, this is for an existing, what we would call unpermitted duplex. We did some site history. We were unable to find any building permits for the conversion. The applicant mentioned that there were 2 gas meters. We only found 1. We're able to identify 1 BPU water and 1 BPU electric. The gas meters, a second one was added in 2006. So we kind of searched around that time, but never could find any building permits. This would not be considered spot zoning. There are some R2 zones on the other side of Metropolitan behind. There's an R2B catty corner right on Metropolitan. There's some additional multifamily down the street and even commercial a little bit farther down the street. But this section of Metropolitan, if you're familiar, it's right parallel to Strong Avenue. So this is actually a residential corridor of part of Metropolitan Avenue. And as it relates to parking, you can kind of see it here in that picture. So R2B does require 1 per unit, so they'd have enough. And in R2B, it does not need to be covered, but it is kind of an interesting arrangement here because the parking garage faces inland, not towards the alley. So it actually faces their side yard setback. So again, we didn't have any issues there, although we did want to point out the parking was a little precarious. But it sounds like the applicant's going to move forward with some improvements to the property. We did note that there were 2 notice of violations on the property. We received no opposition nor support for this project moving forward. We do recommend approval on the condition that they get a retroactive building permit for the conversion.
Okay. Questions for the director? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
I move to approve per staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion to approve per the staff recommendations made by Commissioner Armstrong, seconded, I believe, by Commissioner Pauly. Is that correct?
Yes.
Jones.
All right. All right. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Ewing,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Pauly.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this change of zone application, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard again, Janet, I'm sorry, what date?
January the 28th at 7 p.m.
This will be heard again, once again, on January 28th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, we have 2 applications we're going to hear together and with which will require 2 separate votes. Change of zone application COZ-0003, Andrea Weishaupt with Atlas Surveyors. Change of zone from AG Agriculture Wyco District to AG Agriculture City District to create a code-compliant agricultural parcel and plat 001. Rakowski addition preliminary and final plat for 2 agricultural lots at 12525 Leavenworth Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 11, 2021, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo for the change of zone application, and the notices to property owners. Does anyone on the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Weishaupt, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. If you go and give us your name and address, please, and tell us about this project.
Yeah, Andrea Wishup, 2300 Hutton Road, Kansas City, Kansas, 66109. This should be a simple, fairly simple case. The Rakowskis are looking to section off 5 acres of their property to give to their son and his wife to build a house. And in order for us to do that, we need to rezone from Ag Wyco and also create a plat there.
Okay. Are there questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, I'll go to the public. Is there anyone in the public or in the audience tonight that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand. I'm not seeing anyone, so I'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand for his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Director Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this needed a rezoning because AG Wyco minimum size requirements for a parcel is 20 acres. So to get that to our current AG standards of a 5 acre minimum, they had to do the rezoning for the plat that they are that they're creating through this preliminary and final plat revision. There were no NOVs. We saw no letters of support or opposition from anyone in the public up until this time. At this time, we can recommend approval condition on a building permit for any building on the property over 120 square feet, as well as a driveway permit from Public Works.
Questions? There won't be a shared drive at this location, will there be, Gunner?
It's my understanding that they seek to access it from the, well, they can only access it because it only fronts the property, or excuse me, the street to the east, which is
120.
120.
The 123rd?
Correct. Let me confirm 1 second.
Andrea?
Yeah, that is correct. Yes.
So it would access off of 123rd Street.
Access from 123rd Street, and there's no plans to have a shared driveway.
Okay, and so the address for the primary residence that's on the property now is off of Leavenworth Road, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve, subject to staff comments and stipulations.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Chairman, that this will be for the change of zone.
Yes, I'm sorry. This will be the first motion I'll need is on change of zone. Is that okay, Commissioner Jones and Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so this will be on change of zone.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Yui,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Bowler,
Yes.
Pauly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the change of zone petition, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. I will also need one now on the plat.
Motion to approve the preliminary and final plat.
Second.
Motion to approve the plat made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Ewing,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Polly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the plat, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. These will both be heard again on January 28th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have 3 applications that we are going to hear together. Master Plan Amendment MPL 2020-014, Bob Becker with Legends 267 LLC. Master Plan Amendment from Plan Commercial Prairie Delaware Piper Master Plan to High Density Residential Citywide Master Plan. The change of zone petition COZ-0004, change of zone from CP2 Planned Limited Business District to RP6 Planned High-Rise Apartment District for 267 apartment units, and plan review application PR 2020-33, preliminary and final plan review for 267 apartment units at 1879 Village West Parkway. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 11, 2021, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo for the change of zone and master plan amendment, and the notices to property owners. At this time, does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
And Mr. Becker, are you in the audience? Okay, I see a Mr. March. Are you here to speak?
Yeah. I am, Mr. Chairman. I'm Aaron March here on behalf of the applicant. Bob Becker is also.
Mr. Chairman, I had to make Mr. March a panelist so
Okay.
that he can share his screen.
All right. Is he still on? Okay, yes, Mr. March, go ahead and unmute again.
I'm unmute. I believe I've just unmuted, Mr.
You
Chairman.
did. I've got you.
Great. Now if I can just find my PowerPoint again. Okay. I'm assuming you cannot yet see my screen.
No, but we are anxiously awaiting.
How do I do this? There we go. I'm almost there.
All right, no problem. There you go. Thank you.
Very good. Sorry.
That's all right.
Again, my name is Aaron March. I'm an attorney with Rouse Fretz White Goss Law Firm here today on behalf of the applicant Legends 267 LLC. We've got our entire team available should you have any questions. We have Scott Roseman and Ben Mahala from Roseman and Associates Architects, and we've got Luke Williams from CFS Engineers as well. As staff has stated, these are we have 3 applications pending before you, and we are talking about the 2.45 acre site located at the southeast corner of Parallel and Village West Parkway. It's currently utilized as a surface parking lot. It has been long visioned to be developed both as a parking garage and ultimately, as we are showing you, as an apartment project as well. Mr. Becker and his team have significant experience in the metropolitan area building high quality, first class amenitized apartment projects. This is the view looking down onto the site. We are surrounded by existing development and existing architecture and design, and we're trying to fit within that and also do a development that fits within the fabric of the community, and also one that we can afford to build and that people can afford to rent. One of the major design components or things that we have to deal with is the parking garage immediately to the east of us. And while we don't necessarily like its architecture, it's there, and it's kind of something we have to deal with and work with. And we have been working quite well with staff. We had a wonderful, a couple of pre-application meetings and pre-hearing meetings. And, you know, I've often said about your staff that if the developer or the developer's lawyer would just listen, sometimes we can make projects better. And I think we've done that. We're going to walk you through some of the enhancements that I think because of the holidays, staff didn't have a lot of time to focus in on in their staff report. And I think you will see that we have addressed all of the comments raised in the staff report, except for a couple of minor ones. And I'm going to well, let me tell you a little bit about the project. It's 267 units of Class A urban style apartments, 1 and 2 apartments with the parking garage being fully covered. The amenities, the clubhouse with parking garage, 0 entry pool, fire pits, grill stations, gym facilities, pretty much everything you'd want to see in a brand new apartment project befitting this location and the community. I'm going to now turn it over to Ben and let Len talk to you about the design enhancements and building quality and building materials. Ben?
That's Ben Mahala, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we got him queued up to speak.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Ben Mahala with Roseman Associates. You know, a few of the things that we tried to do, we really wanted to create a product that would stand out and be aesthetically pleasing. Some of the things that we tried to do is get away from the more traditional pitched roof kind of architecture and do something that was unique and exciting. As far as materials go, we looked at several different options here. Fiber cement panels. We are using some stone, doing some fiber cement lap siding, as well as some exposed concrete. Really kind of mixing that up within our facade. One of the things we really wanted to do was let the sort of uses of the project kind of spell the architecture. One of the things our client wanted to do was create 10-foot ceilings at the upper levels. In doing that, we also enlarged those windows, which kind of was a little bit hard to kind of delineate in the architecture. So that's where we came up with this separation here at the top and then at the bottom with that box element. Try to break in a little bit of color pop here within these balconies. Really went away from the just vertical elements and the repeated elements going up and down from, you know, floor to ground and breaking things up there. With the leasing area over here that is facing the mall, put in some stone at the lower levels. We have a sky lounge up here at the top that will be looking out over the site and have some great views. With that, we really got some pop there and really got some signage on this wall. Working with the staff in some of our meetings, we did add this little sort of recessed plaza area in front here, which will help that out, give a little area where we'll probably have some benches, some landscaping, create a nice little urban area for tenants to kind of congregate, possibly wait on Uber or get together before heading over to the mall for drinks or shopping. Another thing we did working with those guys is we brought down some of these corners and continued the materials from above down to the ground to grade. That helps sort of soften those corners up and, get away from the exposure of the parking deck being exposed on those corners. One other thing that we did add, speaking with them, was a public entrance on the corner of the street up there at Parallel and Village West. That helped give it a very pedestrian presence. And again, we added some signage up there as well, I think recently. So we've got some good materials that are very, very durable with the fiber cement and the stone as well. We have our percentages on there on the chart if you can see. So I think that's about it architecturally. I think we worked with those guys. I know one thing that did somewhat change was our exposure of the parking deck along Parallel Parkway. That is sunken more than we once thought. So there's really going to be about half of a level of that parking deck that would get exposed to the street up that way.
And
Then can you comment on the parking as far as, is the parking underneath the units? Is that how it's set up or how it's structured?
Yes, it's 3 levels of parking below. One level will be completely below grade. Facing the Legends Mall, we'll have 2 that will be above grade. And then as you go on Parallel Parkway, it's really about half a level that's above grade on that side. We are adding screening to the parking garage facing Legends Mall that is going to help dress that up and make that look a lot better.
Okay. Is that for visitors and residents? Where do visitors to the complex park?
Mr. Chairman, if I could jump in on that question. This is a parking garage that's being built as part of a public-private partnership with the unified government that issued industrial revenue bonds about 3 or 4 years ago. We are taking over the project. We are building a total of 659 parking spaces, and by contract and agreement with the city, 350 of those need to be made available to the general public. 309 of those parking spaces are available solely to the apartments, so we have enough parking to meet code. We will not need any variances. At 3 a.m., we're going to have a lot of empty parking places for those guests that find themselves staying over the night. But it's a large, mostly public use garage.
Okay, thank you. You read my mind in the direction I was headed.
Ben, do you want to comment just really quickly about the building materials that are shown here?
Yeah, and this is an example project that we've done that does have the lap siding along with the fiber cement panels. Again, kind of mixing up colors, textures, different things with that. The panel is a nice, clean look, a little bit different than you would get with the lap siding. So some of the things we tried to do is keep the lap siding up high and then keep it in areas that are recessed and not on the main front facade. So we've got a lot of the fiber cement panels in more of that location. And then this little box out here around these balconies is kind of what we were thinking for the box out on the larger box out for the elevations on our project.
Thank you.
So as I stated, Mr. Chairman, we worked very hard with staff. We've worked with them on the building materials, and we believe with their support, we satisfy the 40% net exterior wall requirement. We are asking that you modify 2 conditions in the staff report. Condition number 3, that reflect that the building materials on the first 2 floors be the materials as shown in our PowerPoint presentation, which is also the updated materials that were provided to staff. And that therefore, because we're asking you to approve a specific set of elevations and site plans, Stipulation number 7 kind of becomes moot because we're tying it to a specific set of drawings. So with that, we would stand for any questions that you might have of anyone on our team, including Mr. Becker, the developer. Again, it's a pleasure working with your staff that helps developers find ways to get stuff done as opposed to throws up obstacles and impediments to quality development. So thank you.
Well, thank you, and you are quite the flatterer. So we'll see if Mr. Hand agrees with you when we get to his comments. So, any questions for the applicants? I am seeing none. We'll open this up to the public. Is there anyone in the public that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? And I am not seeing any, so we will close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand for his comments.
Would you like to stop sharing at this point?
Do you need, Gunnar, do you need Mr. Marsh to stop sharing his screen?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
going to start sharing mine again.
Please, if you would, Mr. Marsh. Thank you.
Okay. All right, can everybody see my screen again?
Yes.
Okay. Again, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. We did work with the applicant quite a bit on the multifamily design guidelines. They were very receptive to all of our changes. Again, I think the most important way to think about this project is basically it's a multifamily project on top of a parking podium. So it was really important for us to do two primary things here, which is one, create pedestrian access across the site, which is one of the reasons why we worked with them to create a pedestrian entrance on the corner of Parallel and Stadium Parkway, Village Parkway, as well as creating a pedestrian connection to the Legends. Now, the hotel directly to the south of this parcel has a sidewalk that they are constructing and building, and as well as a crosswalk over. I think we had still looking for some clarity on a crosswalk from this building to the Legends. So if just looking at this site plan, essentially the entrance to the building is roughly around here, and directly outside their front door is the next parcel over. So it's a constrained site, and we understand that they have just enough room to get a sidewalk to go east-west along their southern property line. But what we asked them to do was to figure out a way to look into and cross the Village Park, this inner loop around the Legends, right at the entrance into the pedestrian corridor. So I think that's one thing that we worked on and focused on with them as a part of that conversation, creating a pedestrian presence for this project, again, dominated by automobiles on the first 2.5 floors, was to do, to sort of think through that pedestrian entrance. And again, they mentioned the recessed plaza that they had added. All in all, I think we worked with them again through the multifamily design guidelines. We're able to confirm today that cementitious fiberboard was acceptable for our calculations for the 40% coverage as part of the multifamily design guidelines. So we're good there. Again, to address the parking podium, we worked quite a bit on whether it was screening, pulling down materials to the ground plane, or working through different accesses. So we're actually really excited about this project. We think it's indicative of a transformation that could happen all around the Legends Outlet Mall and begin to transform that shopping district into a true mixed-use district, vertical mixed-use district, one that is closer to the envisioned in the master plan in terms of how it speaks to these walkable retail nodes. So we're really excited about this project and things to come, and we think it can set a precedent for the area. We recommend approval with our conditions. I'm reading the ones they proposed now, so you could just give me a minute to review that. We can look into addressing any potential changes.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Okay, and then I guess I just have one. As far as developing the pedestrian walkway, is that something is there enough space to get that worked out to a satisfactory conclusion for both the planning staff and the applicant?
That to me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
I mean, right now they're linking into the pedestrian improvements of the hotel that I talked about. They're going to take it to the sidewalk on Village Parkway directly to the west. They've made the connection to Parallel and Village on the corner, on their northwest corner. Again, we would like to see a better connection directly down south and east towards the Legends, but we think we can work through that with them.
All right, thank you. And you're going to let us know about the requests that they've made this evening.
As a reminder, what were the numbers again?
Mr. March, I'm sorry.
On numbers 3, condition number 3, we would just ask that we allow the site plans that you're approving today control the development and the character of the building materials on the first 2 floors. And because we're asking you to approve specific site plans as part of the approvals today, condition number 7 kind of becomes moot, and our exterior facade of the garage really isn't matching 100% the exterior facade of the apartment complex. So if you like the site plans, we're asking that those control and those govern the development versus general language of the condition.
Mr. Chair, number 3 and 7 address the same thing, right? So they're both talking about the parking garages of 2 floors. So I think we could probably, my recommendation would be to strike number 7 and change number 3. I don't want to tie it to their PowerPoint presentation, so I think if it's amicable to everybody, I'd write something that read, I don't know, Mr. Toy, do you have any bright ideas on this one?
I don't, to be honest.
And Mr. March, what are you wanting?
We were asking that the condition read, the building materials shall be as shown on the applicant's PowerPoint unless modified by agreement with staff. The PowerPoint presentation is actually based upon the revised site plans that we submitted. So they are of record and on file. Other than the updated detail of the chart with the building materials, that is new.
How about building materials? Building material along the garage facade. I just lost it. Would it be okay if it read, I think essentially we're trying to screen the automobiles. I think we worked with the applicant to bring down the materials down to the ground plane so that it felt like a single mass as opposed to a building on top of a parking deck. So I think we've accomplished that through some of the vertical design elements that the architect mentioned a little bit earlier. So I would strike 7 and change 3 to read building materials around the garage facade should screen the garage use or something of that nature.
Can it be building materials and landscaping?
Yes, because you do mostly landscaping on the west and north facades. So that makes sense.
Which sides?
The west and north are less the screening elements they mentioned in the cutout windows and more about landscaping, just because on the west side it's an angle.
Right.
And on the
turn
north
in.
side it's a half story that's going to get, they're going to screen it with bushes.
Okay, so you want 3 to read building material along garage facade should.
Building materials and landscaping along the garage facade should screen the garage use.
All right. Mr. March, is that something that's acceptable to your group?
Yes, sir.
All right. Questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. And this will be, first of all, we'll need a motion. We'll need 3 motions: change of zone, plan review, and master plan amendment.
And we'll only need that change to the change of zone.
We'll need what? Excuse me?
We'll only need the amended change to the change of zone. Is that correct, Mr. Waters? I think so.
Yes, I believe so.
I'm sorry, clarify that one more
The
time.
proposed changes that we just made to the conditions of approval apply to the change, can apply to the change of zone only in your motions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve the first of 3 petitions for Bob Becker and Legends 267, case change of zone 0004, subject to staff stipulations with the modification of item number 3 and the striking of item number 7.
Thank you for being specific on that. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion made to approve by Commissioner Jones, as stated, and seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
the normal order that we usually take is we do the master plan first, then the change of zone, and then any other applications. So could we please go that route?
we can, but Mr. Hand gave me the wrong order earlier, but that's okay.
No?
We're gonna do it your way. So you want, we're gonna rescind those motions, or is it okay to rescind your original motion, Commissioner Jones and Armstrong with the second? Okay, I need a master plan amendment. Motion first.
To approve the master plan amendment, case number 2020-014, subject to staff comments and stipulations.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Ernst. The motion was made by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion on the master plan amendment? Seeing none, and with the secretary's approval, we'll have a roll call.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Huey,
Huey?
Yes.
Thank you.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Pauly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the master plan amendment passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Are we okay for change of zone next?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for the change of zone.
Can we just play that tape that I said? I'm going to try to say it again. So
There you go.
approve the second of the 3 petitions for Bob Becker and Legends 267, change of zone, case number COZ-004, subject to staff comments and stipulations, including the modification of item number 3 and the striking of item number 7.
Thank you. You were just as eloquent the second time, Commissioner Jones. Is there a second to her motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Huey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Pauly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the change of zone application, subject to all comments and conditions in the staff report, with the exception of the revision to stipulation number 3 and the striking of stipulation number 7, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. And finally, we'll need a motion for the plan review application.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I guess a question for Gunnar. It seems like the amendments would apply to the plan review as well. I'll defer to him, but
Yes.
okay.
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay.
Well, Janet already said it was correct, so I don't know that we needed Gunner's approval, did we? Since we got Janet's. Okay, so the plan review motion will need to include the additional stipulations made by the director, as irrelevant as he seems to be this evening, based on the secretary's comments. Okay, go.
Motion to approve the preliminary and final plan review, case number 2020-33, subject to staff comments and stipulations.
Second.
And that motion was made by Commissioner Jones and seconded by Commissioner, is it Polly or was it Armstrong? Polly. Okay, so second was made by Commissioner Polly. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Yui,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Polly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the plan review application subject to the revised conditions passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on January 28th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next application is change of zone COZ-0005, Jose Lopez Zavala. Change of zone from R1B Single Family District to AG Agriculture District to keep horses, sheep, cows, and chickens at 3834 Bell Crossing Drive. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 11, 2021, the application of the documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Okay, Mr. Zavala, are you in the audience? Okay, go ahead and unmute yourself, please, sir, and give us your name and address, please, and tell us about what you'd like to do.
Hi, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Okay. My name is Fred Del Toro, 76 South 18th Street, Kansas City, Kansas is the place of residence. I am translating for Mr. Jose Lopez Zavala, who is here present with me. He has limited English language, but he can speak if you guys like to hear him. He would like to change the zoning in the area from residential to agricultural. There is currently 3 horses. There is no cows or sheep or goats in here in the area, but he would like to add in the future if it is changed over to agricultural. It is, I believe, 24 acres in the area.
Okay.
And if you guys have any questions, we're here to answer them.
So are there 3 horses on the property now?
Yes, sir.
And that's the only livestock or any type of animals on the property at this time?
There are 3 additional chickens, 3 chickens and 3 horses, and that is it.
3 chickens, 3 horses, but he wants the opportunity to have more and possibly sheep and cows.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand and I'll call on you. I'm not seeing anyone who wants to speak in favor or opposition, so I'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is from R1B to AG is the request. There is a frontage requirement on AG zone property, and the frontage along Bell Crossing Drive does fit the bill. So we double checked that. That was one of our concerns. There had been a NOV in, I believe, 2008 for a building that was unpermitted. I'd like to ask the applicant what happened and was resolved with that NOV. We saw to this point no opposition, but the applicant did receive some support, which this slide should say, but your staff report does say, so I apologize for that mistake as well. And as Mr. Del Toro mentioned, it is around 25 acres. So you can, even at the existing zoning of R1B, because it's over 5 acres or over of that size, I should say, you can have some agricultural uses there. If the Planning Commission does want to move forward with a recommend for approval, we would ask for one small adjustment to the staff report. There was kind of a typo. Conditions number 3 and 4 are the exact same as 5. So if you'd help us out there before we get to the Board of Commissioners, we'd ask that 2 and 3 be removed. Just once should be enough. But one of those conditions of approval, including the one we just noted, was that they have to get a building permit if they build anything over 120 square feet. There's also a condition in there about land disturbance for anything over an acre, getting a land disturbance permit, just in case.
Okay.
But
Questions for the director? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve, subject to staff stipulations and comments, including what Director Hand said about items number 3 and 4.
Okay, are we striking just 3 and 4, Gunnar?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure because I had notes down that said we were striking another one. So striking 3 and 4. Is there a second?
Second.
Second was made by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Ewing,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Ollie.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this change of zone application, subject to the revised stipulations, which was striking 3 and 4 as they were duplicates, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on January 28th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners. And Janet, before you call the next case, I want to apologize to Gunnar because I did have the motions listed in the wrong order. He gave them to me in the right order. I wrote them down incorrectly. So I'm going to say something I don't normally say, and that we'll have to stop YouTube TV so my wife doesn't see it, but I was wrong. So it took a lot for me to say that. I had to take a drink earlier before I could form the words, but she's not to see this tape. So I did want to clarify that, Gunnar. You were right and I was wrong. And you knew that, but you were too much of a gentleman to say that. So I appreciate that. So call the next case and move on so I don't blush any more than I already am.
Okay, we're going to hear 2 applications together and then we vote on them separately. Master Plan Amendment MPL 2020-015, MP Turner Industrial LLC. Master Plan Amendment from public, semi-public to business park, and change of zone application COZ-0010, NP Turner Industrial LLC. Change of zone from no zoning right-of-way to MP2 Planned General Industrial District for continuation of the Turner Logistics Center for warehousing, distribution, and light manufacturing businesses at 615 North 69th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 11, 2021, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, if the applicant or the applicant's representative would go ahead and please state their name and address, please, for the record. I think I've got you queued up to speak.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm James Kratz with North Point Development, 4825 Northwest 41st Street, Suite 500, Riverside, Missouri 64152. And I'd like to share a screen also.
Okay, can we go ahead and promote him to a panelist? Thank you. Are you still with us, Mr. Kratz?
I am, yes.
Okay, just checking.
And I'm not sure which screen I am sharing.
We don't have anything right now.
Sorry. Here we go.
There we go.
How about that?
There you go.
Good evening, commissioners. It was almost a year ago when we were before you last time for a rezoning to commence the start of our project. Just to refresh everyone, this is a location of our project. This is I-70. This is Turner Diagonal College Parkway. And we are located in this area of the development, the northeast corner of the intersection. You may recall we briefly discussed the grant awarded to us to reconstruct Turner Diagonal. And in this time of the last year, we haven't been able to complete that reconstruction. Turner Diagonal is now open. In addition to that, we have constructed our first building. I have a picture of that to look at right here. So this is looking west. This is our first building. This is just to orientate everyone. This is I-70 on the south side, Turner Diagonal College Parkway over here. So we received our TCO on December 1st and our first tenant moved in. They have occupied 3/4 of the building. And we are working on buildings 2 and 3. And the reason we're here tonight is discuss additional land with building 3 back here in the background. And I'm going to flip around 180 degrees. And we are now looking east. Again, 70 is on the right-hand side, or 70 is now on the right-hand side of the drawing. College, Parkway, Turner Diagonal on the bottom side, and the reconfigured intersection here. In the process of acquiring property from KDOT, we received some additional land. And I'm going to flip to one more exhibit here. Just to reorientate you again, I-70 is on the south side, or on the bottom side of the page, and College Avenue, Turner Diagonal run north through it. And we're in discussion on this small piece of property tonight. If we zoom in and look at that individually, what we thought we were going to get when we purchased the property was this red dashed line. Through all the negotiations and the redesign of the interchange, we actually were able to purchase an additional about 3.9 acres of land outlined here in the red. And so we're here tonight to ask for a rezoning to add this property to our overall development plan. We read the staff report and ask that you agree with staff and recommend approval of both MP 2020-15 and COZ 0010. And we can answer any questions you may have tonight.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that came tonight to speak on behalf of or in opposition to this request? Should have said in favor of or in opposition to, excuse me. I am not seeing any, so we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff and get Director Hand's comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. The applicant did a good job explaining the project and how we have to essentially turn public right-of-way that's been reclaimed due to this interchange improvement back to private hands, and therefore assigning it a land use and a zoning category, which is simply what we're doing to match the existing master plan amendment and change of zone that previously happened over a year ago, as he mentioned. So we recommend approval with our conditions, which are light. Most of them point directly to engineering comments.
Any questions for the director? Seeing none, we'll need 2 motions, master plan amendment and change of zone. So I'll entertain a motion on the master plan amendment first.
I move to approve the motion plan amendment per staff recommendation with staff stipulations.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Armstrong, seconded by Commissioner Connolly. Any discussion on the master plan amendment motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Huey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Polly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the master plan amendment passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. I now need a motion on the change of zone request.
Motion to approve change of zone subject to staff stipulations.
Motion to approve made by Commissioner Polly, seconded by Commissioner Huey. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Huey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Polly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the change of zone application, subject to the comments in the staff reports and the conditions, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Both of these will be heard again on January 28th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we'll now move on to our special use permits. The first one is SU 20-00095, Beth Leon, special use permit to keep goats at 7640 Jerome Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 11, 2021, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice of the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
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 Thank you.
Ms. Leon, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. If you go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about.
Yeah, it's Beth Leon, Leon, 7640 Jerome Avenue. And I'm just seeking the approval of the special use permit for 2 or 3 goats that we would like to keep on our property.
Okay. How large property do you have?
About 1 1/4 acre.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Okay. Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that came tonight to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand. Okay, I have Linda Marshall. Linda, if you go ahead and please unmute yourself, give us your name, address for the record.
Hi, I'm Linda Marshall. My address is 7718 Jerome Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas 66112. I am Beth's next door neighbor, and we have no problem with her having 2 or 3 goats on the property.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff for their comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design again. As the applicant mentioned, this is for up to 3 goats. There was support provided prior to this hearing, as well as what we just heard today. We do recommend approval for 2 years. There's a couple of conditions of our approval. One was a manure sort of mitigation as it relates to the Conservation District's comments regarding this case. And the other one was for a building permit for any structures erected over 120 square feet. I will also note we were a little trigger happy, I guess, with conditions today. There's another repeat on this case. So if the commission wants to move forward to recommend approval, I would ask that condition number 5 be stricken from the record as it's already stated in number 2.
Thank you. Questions for the director? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve with staff stipulations and also to strict recommendations number 5 as the director stated.
Okay. Motion to approve made by Commissioner Connolly, striking condition number 5 as per the recommendation of the director. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Ewing,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Polly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the special use permit, subject to the conditions, with the exception of striking number 5 under the conditions, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Ms. Leon. This will be heard once again on January 28th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You bet. Good luck.
Thanks.
Our next application is special use permit SU 20-00096. Blair Thettinger. Special use permit to keep goats at 411 and 415 Stein Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 11, 2021, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, the notices to property owners, and the testimony from the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting earlier this evening. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Thettinger, I've got you queued up to speak. If you go ahead and once again give us your name and address and tell us what you'd like to do here.
Thank you all again. As mentioned before, I wanted to have 2 goats and to build the goat shed on the property. It's these 2 vacant lots, which are I think about 1.5 acres in total combined. I would have a fence to contain them. My neighbors are aware and approve and have expressed support to me. I would certainly meet any stipulations in terms of managing goat manure to make sure there was no smells, and be happy to have the city inspected at any time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, we'll go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to Mr. Thettinger's request tonight? I'm seeing none, so we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand for his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This is an SUP, again, associated with the previous BOZA case 2020-0046 that was approved earlier this evening for 2 goats. As we mentioned in that case, I'll just say it again today. Again, that BOZA case was for an accessory structure without a primary structure, but not for more than 1 accessory structure. So we're still expecting Mr. Thettinger to remove that existing shed before he builds that pen for these goats if you approve them. So again, we've approved the structure, but not yet the keeping of the goats in that structure, of which this is ahead of you. We do recommend approval for 2 years.
Any questions for the director? Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion on keeping the goats.
Move
Motion
to
to
approve.
approve. Go ahead.
Move to approve with staff stipulations.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Commissioner Armstrong with staff stipulations, seconded by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion on keeping the goats? I just kind of like saying that phrase, keeping the goats. Seeing none, we'll have a roll call.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Ewing,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
and Polly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Mr. Thettinger, this will be heard once again on January 28th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next application is special use permit SP-2020-51, Diego Toto with XM Automotive. Renewal of a special use permit number SP-2017-12, which expired on May 31, 2020 for an automotive repair business at 4439 Shawnee Drive. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 11, 2021, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Toto, I've got you queued up to speak. If you go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record.
Diego Toto with XM Automotive, 4439 Shawnee Drive. And I have Rick Dillon, my landlord, right next to me.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and tell us about what you're wanting to do here?
Well, we're just here to see if we can get our special use permit renewed.
Okay, and you're running a little behind on that, I see.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Connolly if you, I see your hand up, so I'll go ahead and let you take this one.
All right, Mr. Toto, is there a reason why you are running so far behind on the expiration date?
Part of it was beginning, I think, when first COVID started, pandemic, and after that.
How did that slow you down from doing it? Is there a reason? I mean, COVID hit. I had to make some things that expired, like my tags and some other things. So what is that's your only reason because of COVID?
No, and there was some miscommunication between me, the guy in charge of this, the Department of Planning, and my landlord.
How would you better handle if we approve this tonight? Would you handle it a little bit better?
Yes, sir. And actually, I'm working with my landlord, and he's willing to help me get everything done that's needed. Well, he's actually right next to me.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request tonight?
I'd like to say a couple words.
Okay, go ahead and give us your name, please, and your address.
This is Richard Dillon, home address 8117 Park Hill Street, Lenexa, Kansas. I am the managing member of the LLC that owns the building. And I've kind of been brought into this this year a little bit late, but first was asked for a plan and then told that we needed to have a official plan from an engineer. And trying to get that was difficult at best. And what we ended up with here, I was able to get an architect to help us with what you're seeing here. I guess the comments I would have are Diego's trying to get a renewal of a permit, and we have a building that was, or the facilities here was developed back in '96 as a planned unit development. And we've got 4 neighbors that have access over our property that kind of restricts some of the things we can do. And trying to fit all the current standards into a plan, we could almost need to push the building over and start again. But the major tenant that we have is what's in this portion of the building, and Diego's in about 10% of it down here. So we've made arrangements for him to have parking and so forth here. The required curb and trees that are in the drawing here, when we have a tenant, our tenants abandoned this space, and along with it abandoned some trucks and some cars, and there's issues with all that. But when we find a tenant for this, putting these in is probably going to restrict the very purpose of the building. So our proposal here, I think, is, and I don't know what format it's in, but the people that have access over our property is, there's a self-storage unit here. Their access comes along this road here. There's a bug place here that has access. There's a McDonald's over here that has access over here. The 7-Eleven is got their trash dumpster on our property here and needs access. Over the last 2 years that I've been involved, this has become a dumping ground for the community with tires and whatnot. Diego's been a great help for keeping those cleaned up and getting them out as best we can. But I think the proposal is we stripe this thing and get it in order so that it looks better. The main entrance is up here, so everything in the parking lot is screened by the buildings, and then from this direction there's trees that screen the parking lot here, with the exception of about a 1 second. If you're on 635, about 1 second you're looking that direction, you can see up into that parking lot.
Okay, so as far as some of the violations and things that we're seeing around the property, are these a result of Mr. Toto's lease, or is this other people that have used the building, and is this just a lack of maintenance on behalf of your group as the property owner and management group?
I'm not aware of any violations.
I'm sorry, not violations, but I think we got some down screening and some other things that were in the staff report. Have you seen the staff report?
Yeah, at one point I did. This is a fence that it was owned by it's on the neighbor's property. When this was put up, there was no buffer zone created between the residents and here. And I've talked with this owner here. I think this is an old picture because there's a brand new fence right there. And we talked with this owner, and he'd be happy for us to put a fence up for him. He just doesn't have the money. And again, this is the backside of Toto's place. This was originally a bread warehouse, built for a bread warehouse, and that was the tenant that abandoned it 2 years ago and kind of left some of their stuff here and there.
Okay, let's get to some other questions here. I'm sorry, anyone else in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? I'm not seeing any, but I will go now to Commissioner Conley for a question.
Yeah, it's for Mr. Toto. Do you have a business license that is current?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what you know the dates of those business licenses?
I'm sorry?
Do you know the date of the business license?
I think we renew it every year on it.
Okay.
Staff may be able to answer that question for you, Commissioner Connolly.
Okay. All right, I wait staff report and I ask.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Any other questions? All right. I'm going to now go to Director Hand for his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. So the applicant did submit this application late spring, early last summer. We have had some issues with the back and forth in communication, which is why it's taken so long. You will recall we heard this item in November and gave them 60 days to put together a site plan, which is this, which they submitted. There's still quite a few comments that we have with this site plan and what it needs. So namely, what's not shown here is the 15-foot buffer between an M2 zone and any residentially zoned property. Now, when you look at this picture, those fences are not the screening between a residential property and an M2 zone. That's somebody's backyard fence, and that's it. There might be 15 feet of landscape buffer, but there's no architectural screen. Those standards have been in the code since the 80s. So this got built in 96, and there was something happened between there and now. And so as we apply the standards for both the zone and the use, again, if you remember, we say this often, but in 2015, the Board of Commissioners updated the special use permits for these types of uses specifically, applying additional standards, including applying on standards that are in line with the commercial design guidelines, which is why we kind of have this crazy issue where those commercial design guidelines for parking and parking islands and landscaping in those parking islands start to impede on the other tenants of this building. So it's a complicated situation, which we absolutely understand and agree. As of right now at this hearing, there's really two options as we see it. We do not recommend approval of this project as delineated by this site plan, because as of right now, it will require not a deviation, but a variance to get there. So this is where it gets a little complicated. If it was just commercial design guidelines, the Planning Commission could allow a deviation, but because the SUP tied to this use specifically enumerates in its code that it must follow certain commercial design guideline standards, that's a variance. So it's either a recommendal of denial, or we give them another 30 days to come back. Probably need actually at this point 60 days to come back with a variance.
Okay, questions for the director?
So, Gunnar, this is Karen Jones. Do you think that the desire is there to get this done? I mean, would we be?
I think that they've, in the more recent past, have started to engage the landowner, or excuse me, the landowner, the property owner, who kind of has, again, he mentioned that Mr. Toto only occupies 10% of this building, and yet those standards apply to the building, not just his 10% of the building. So it's a lot to ask, quite frankly, Mr. Toto to upgrade some of these improvements, and he's been working with his property owner to do that. So they're headed in the right direction, but this site plan is not there enough, isn't quite there. Again, we could, based on those site constraints, we could work with the applicant to flush some of those out, but seek variances for others. But as of right now, this site plan requires variances, and we recommend either denial or another continuance of 60 days. Again, because of the scheduling and where we are at, they would have to submit a variance request once we defined all the variances that were required as it relates to either this site plan or some revised site plan if they wanted to revise it again. Our check-in day is January 28th this month, which would get them to January 3rd, March. So we would be amicable for another 60-day continuous. I believe that they requested the continuance last time for 60 days, so I could request 60 days to get us here, but that would be the end of their continuances. They would either have to, at that point, withdraw and reapply once they're ready, or move forward within 60 days. Again, Mr. Toto is outside of his SUP, current SUP.
Commissioner Ernst.
This is for Gunnar Hand. One of the good things or bad, develop some history. And there has always been a history of problems with this property. Not Mr. Toto, but the physical property itself and what we're trying to do there. It's never really going to fit in there, is it, Gunnar?
No, I really don't think so.
we could give him 60 days and maybe he wants to look somewhere else, but it's the property that's the problem. It's not Mr. Toto. Correct?
Yes, I agree. I think that, I mean, I'm an eternal optimist. So I think that there's a design solution somewhere in there for some, but certainly not all. He will definitely need a variance one way, shape, or form. So I think the 60 days would be to figure out and define what all those variances are within this site plan, and hopefully try to correct a few along the way. I think that's what we would, if a continuance did move forward, that's what we would focus on, would be a variance application to accompany this SUP so we could move it forward. I agree, it's a site constraint issue.
I would wish you well in that endeavor.
Okay, Commissioner Jones.
I'd just like us to quickly find out from Mr. Toto if he's wanting to have a 60-day holdover.
Yes, please.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
Motion to approve a 60-day holdover at the recommendation of staff and the request of the petitioner.
Second.
Motion to hold over for 60 days made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Mueller. Any discussion for motion to hold over? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
I had a question. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Gunther, since the special use permit is expired, can he continue to do business?
So long as this application is valid, yes.
Okay. All right.
And your vote, Commissioner Connolly, on motion to hold over?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Ernst,
Yes.
Dewey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Pauly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to hold over this special use permit until the March 8th, 2021 meeting passes 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next application is special use permit SP-2020-98.
We better have a shit done.
Okay, we need to
Darren?
mute everyone. Thank you. Go
Darren?
ahead, please.
Okay, Darren Allen with Lounge 42 LLC. Renewal of a special use permit SP-2018-66, which expired September 27th, 2020, for a drinking establishment with live entertainment at 4220 Leavenworth Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 11, 2021, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice.echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Okay, Mr. Allen, I've got you queued up to speak. If you go ahead and give us your name and address, please, for the record. Tell us about what you're wanting to do tonight, and you might include some references as to why your permit expired. Thank you.
Okay, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my address is 10005 West 50th Terrace, Merriam, Kansas, 66203. Referring about renewal of a special use permit at Lounge 42, 4220 Leavenworth Road. The expiration on the renewal is because I forgot a page number 6 on with Byron, so I turned it back in. So he rescheduled me now. So that was one of my problems. But what I'm doing is I'm asking for a renewal of our special use permit. At the place, we've been 2 years active, no problems, no calls, no disturbances to the police or fire department. We're heavily secure, have security in and out. just, all the neighbors that we have, in sight or that we know, they've got numbers to give us a call if there's any problems or anything like that. So 2 years in a row, no problems. So that's kind of where we're at with it.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak in favor of or in opposition to Mr. Allen's request tonight? Seeing none, we'll go to staff and get staff comments. Director Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. The way that we're reading this SUP is its third renewal. It might be the first with Mr. Allen, but he might have inherited it from previously. So this will be the fourth SUP for live entertainment at this property location. We've seen no NOVs on the property. We've also received no letters of support or opposition from the public. Essentially what we did is we carried over all the standard conditions from the previous approval and then added a couple of our own, namely downlighting, which we've been cited a couple times this meeting, requiring ADA parking on site, as well as things like a trash enclosure. The applicant is requesting a 5-year extension, and we recommend approval with those conditions.
Any questions for the director? Seeing that,
yes.
Commissioner Mueller.
Gunnar, if it's their third, wouldn't they be eligible for a 10-year?
Yep, they would. He requested a 5.
I'd take a 10.
Can we give him an opportunity to amend that?
Yes, you can.
Or can we just do it in the form of a motion if we decide we want to do that?
Motion. I would ask Mr. Allen, can I ask a question of the applicant, Mr.?
Sure.
Mr. Allen, did you inherit this from a previous owner?
No, I purchased it from a previous owner that,
I apologize. That's what I meant to say. So the SUP only carries over with the individual, which is why you see the break. So again, although there's been 4 SUPs, this will be the 4th SUP for live entertainment. Only the previous one is for Mr. Allen. The previous 2 are a different owner, so it's a different SUP. So technically, I think we stick with 5. You can have 10 in 5 years if there's no problems.
That's what I'm shooting for.
You're doing a good job the first 2 years, it looks like.
Thank you.
Any questions? If not, I'll stand for a motion.
I move the Kansas City Planning Commission recommend approval of petition SP 2020-8698, subject to staff stipulations.
Second.
Okay, is that for 5 years, Commissioner Ernst?
5 years.
5 years, okay.
Second.
I got a second from Commissioner Conley already. Thank you, though, Commissioner Mueller. Any discussion on motion for approval for 5 years? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Yui,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
and Polly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit, subject to the staff's conditions, passes. 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. This will be heard once again on January 28th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we are going to hear our last applications on the agenda. We're hearing 2 of them together. Plat 2020-003, Sean Copper, preliminary plat for 11 lots. Plan review application PR 2020-34, Sean Copper, preliminary plan review for a business park and neighborhood retail center at 9700 of Leavenworth Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated January 11, 2021, The application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file and the notices to property owners. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
You?
Good evening, Mr. Kofer.
Good evening.
Go ahead and give us your name and address, please, and tell us about your project and your request.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Sean Kofer with Scannell Properties at 8801 River Crossing Boulevard in Indianapolis. A request if you can give access to Seth Reese with Olson and Associates. He's my engineer on the project, and he's got a PowerPoint presentation to share for us as well.
We've got him queued up, and we'll move him over so he can share that presentation.
Great, thank you.
Y'all hear me by chance?
Yes, we can.
All right. Share my screen here. I can find out where the button is.
Just a minute, I need to move you over. And then,
I feel like we should add a request for goats to our petitions. Everybody else seems to have goats today.
That's true. Let's just see how this goes first.
okay, Mr.
Okay.
Reese, you're fine now.
You should be able to share when you're ready.
I'm trying to find the button to press here.
Should be down at the bottom of your screen. The green one, share screen.
Okay, sorry.
That's all right.
All right, can you see my screen?
Not yet. You gotta hit the share screen and then select the item that you want to share.
Yes. Oh.
There you go.
All right. Move this. All right, we appreciate you bearing with me technically. We're here to talk about the Woodlands redevelopment. I'll just quickly go over the existing property. We did the rezoning, change in zoning and plan approval last year, and just coming for a few updates to the plan based on some changes that have occurred. So I'm just going to quickly go over the existing property, the applications that we submitted, and also kind of review the plan changes that we have made. Just to make sure everybody is aware, I'm sure everybody knows where the Woodlands property is, but just to make sure we're all clear, the property is on the northeast corner, 99th Street and Leavenworth Road. It's approximately 419 acres, and it is currently zoned MP2 and CP1 zoning, which is shown here, which is what it was rezoned to back in 2020, and we are not changing that. So we have a preliminary plan and a preliminary plat before you today, as was mentioned. This is the currently approved plan that you all probably remember. This is what was approved back in, I believe, July of last year. And the building A, that's the easternmost building, is the building that is currently under construction and the improvements. So the plan changes are part of the western part of the property. Everything west of building A is what is being revised on this updated plan and plat. So the reason for the plan change, which is the new plan, is the previous building B, which was right here, that was parallel with 99th Street. It was a little over 1 million square foot building. The docks faced 99th Street on one side. That building tenant actually selected another property in the Kansas City area. So we're reworking the site plan to kind of work without that project. That building was a very specific design. The building heights were 76 feet, which is much higher than you typically would have on these type of buildings. So we're revising the site plan to accommodate the changes with the removal of that building. So with that, this new plan that you see here, it actually kind of rotates the buildings east in an east-west direction. So the docks are actually on the north and south side, so further away from the neighbors on 99th Street. We still have the berm that we proposed previously, but really that's the main change. These are just the plans kind of side by side, just so you can see them together. Some of the other changes that we have made in the previous change of zoning, it was brought up that the existing access point that's the northernmost access point on 99th Street was a concern. So we've actually revised that and made that an access point that is only going to be used for emergency vehicles. It will actually be gated, and it will have a very serpentine kind of way in, and it'll have a Knox box, so the only people that can open it are emergency vehicles. The other 3 access points that exist today are remaining full access points and are not changing from what was previously shown. And then, as we discussed previously on the previous approval, all the semi-truck and truck traffic will continue to be utilized along Leavenworth Road. And the intent is that would not come down 99th Street. So that is still the plan when this project opens up. As you all probably remember, there was a neighborhood retail portion of the property at the intersection of 99th and Leavenworth Road. That portion of the property has not changed. Same configuration and same location. We just showing it again, just as a reminder that it was there. The previous application also took close consideration of preserving the heavily vegetated areas to the north and the east of the project, which we are continuing to do. That we did not change anything in those locations per the previous change of zoning. And then just so everybody is aware, one of the conditions of the previous approval was that the property to the east of Building A would be dedicated to the city. That actually has occurred. So the city actually currently owns the property that's highlighted here. And then we are continuing to pay close attention to the berm that we're going to construct along 99th Street and then up along Leavenworth Road as well to help screen the development from the surrounding properties. So we're continuing to have, and the plans that are proposed before you actually show that we're having a heavily landscape berm. There's an existing 250-foot wide berm. We're actually making the berm not as wide. We're bringing it closer to 99th Street, so the sight lines into the site actually helps it, where we actually are able to screen the buildings, which is shown on the site section that we included on the submittal. So this is just an aerial of the overall property with the revised plan for reference. And just a quick summary, then we'll open it up. If there's any questions, we're by all means here can go into more detail on anything that somebody may want to hear. As I mentioned, the main reason for the change is that previous Building B, the large building, selecting other properties. So we're reworking the site plan to work with that. And just hearing from the neighbors previously that the northernmost access point has been changed to just emergency vehicles, and then the other 3 access points are remaining full access points. As I stated, we just talked about the berm. We're working that to help screen the development, and then in the conditions of approval, it bring up some construction related items as outlined in the staff report and the conditions, we're going to work with staff to continue to make sure that everything moves smoothly going forward. So that's outlined in condition 1, A through E on the in the conditions for approval. So with that, both Sean and I here answer any questions or go into any more detail that anybody may want.
Questions from the commission? I have a couple on the berm. Can you explain the changes? You say it's being made narrower and it's being pushed towards 99th Street, which will, you're saying it's going to benefit the sight lines. Can you provide me a little bit more detail as far as the height and the width and how that's benefiting the neighbors to the west?
Yeah, so currently the berm is 250 foot wide, but it's not as steep. So in the new, and I'm going to the sight lines because that will be.
And how steep was it before?
Before, well, it got up to 18 foot tall. Now we have, the berm is, it varies depending on where it is, but it's 18 foot tall, but it's steeper. So if you kind of geometry, if you bring it actually closer to the right of way, the line of sight actually gets better into the development. So, and we've also been able to kind of step down into the property. So these here, I'll give you bear with me here. We have some site sections such as this site section right here, and this building D is 2. So the previous berm you can see is over here.
That's the dotted line. Okay.
Yeah, the dotted line is the existing grade. So if you did a site section from that berm, I mean you would see the proposed building. We've actually shifted, the berm gets a little narrower, but the height remains, it's actually a little taller in this location. So the sight line from and
taller
this is
than
from
what? Taller than your original plan or taller than what it is now?
the berm.
Yes.
The building.
I don't care what the berm is now because the berm hasn't been built. I'm talking about what we approved before and what you're planning now. What's the height and everything? As
the height is the height is generally the same as what was approved before. The building is now, instead of being 76 foot tall, is 48 foot tall. So because that previous building was so tall, I mean, the sight lines into the site are even better than the previous approved plan. So,
okay.
And just as a point of clarification, the dashed line that shows there, that is the exist. So there is a berm there currently.
Right.
That is the existing berm that we're going to be modifying.
Right. But like I said, I don't care anything about that one because you're always going to modify that. So I don't want to talk about the existing one because it's not supposed to exist when you get done with your project. I want to talk about what you were previously approved for and what you're changing it to, because that's what I have to hear from the community is what you're changing and why you're changing it. And is it better or worse than what it was?
And we agree. We wanted to make sure people realize that the existing berm is being modified. So we totally agree with you.
So while it's going to be steeper, I know because it's being moved closer to 99th Street, does that include, I mean, is that going to include a runoff issue or anything like that? Or is that something we'll hear from the director? Because
no,
if it's steeper, it's going to take more water off of it.
No runoff issues. We'll have, it's going to be vegetated. We don't see any concerns with that.
Okay.
Do it all the time.
Okay, and then, so again, what's the old width was 250 feet wide. What's the new width?
The new width, and it's outlined in the staff report. Here, let me show you. So it varies from 77 feet wide to 270 foot wide. So that's and how it was broke out in the staff report is per lot. So, but basically lot D or lot 4 is the worst case. It gets 77 feet wide to 270 foot wide. The previously approved plan that was approved last year, the berm was about 100-foot wide, and since that building was parallel, it was about 100-foot wide the whole entire length.
Okay.
So,
And then the change on the entrances on 99th Street. The one that was an employee entrance has been changed to a gated.
correct.
Okay. And then you mentioned the one up toward the front, and I guess I wasn't remembering another entrance on the off of 99th Street. What's that entrance for? That's always been there. That was previously approved.
That has always been there. Yeah, it was on the previously approved plan here.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see it here.
All right. And is that an employee entrance? That won't be any truck traffic of any kind?
No truck traffic.
And is it an
It's
employee
just
entrance or what?
vehicles. Yeah, just vehicles. It accessed the retail and then employees that would come in for these buildings as well.
Okay. All right, I think I'm done. Any other questions before we open it up to the public? Okay, open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this change tonight? Please raise your hand. Okay, I've got Mr. Barnes. Mr. Barnes, go ahead and give us your name and your address.
Yes, my name is Joe Barnes, 9828 Hurlbrink Road. I'm in agreement with this redevelopment, and the only thing that I have in opposition is the trail that parallels Hurlbrink Road. And so it shows a 5-foot trail that goes along Hurlbrink Road. Hurlbrink is a very narrow road, and I think on previous meetings, we had talked about meandering that trail kind of through the woods. And so that's the only recommendation or opposition that I would suggest for this project.
Okay, anything else?
Nope.
Okay, I have Karen Lauber to speak next.
Hi, Karen Lauber, 3120 North 99th Street.
Uh-huh.
I'm the second house from the corner of 99th and Leavenworth Road.
Okay.
So roughly going to be right across from the retail. And my question is, because I can't really tell from this picture, the berm is not going to come down as far as the intersection. So what sort of screening will be available to me and my neighbor at the corner into the retail development?
Okay, so you wanted to see what you're going to be looking at your front of your house.
Yep.
Okay, we'll get you some answers. Anyone else like to speak? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go back to Mr. Reese. Can you provide some content as far as what the lady across the street on 99th Street is going to be looking at when she looks out the front of her house?
Sure, and I'll quickly go after Mr. Barnes first because that's an easy one.
Oh yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Barnes first.
Yeah, the Hurlbrink Trail. The plan is we've been working with staff is to meander it through the existing trees. The idea is to minimize the amount of impact there as much as possible, and we've dedicated some right of way with the plat that was approved for the building A. So there should be enough right of way to meander it through the trees out there. So that is that one. And then let me see if I can find a plan. So I believe Ms. Lauber lives in this location over here. So there's substantial amount of landscaping. Let me see if I can find the landscape plan for that spot. Substantial amount of landscaping that occurs. As you can see, it's all green right here. And then there's actually a big berm back here as well. So this part of the project will be screened pretty well. And then we'll have landscape. There's not a berm by the retail though. So you will have a building face right here next to the street. But that we have proposed some landscaping all up in here. So you can see there's some trees and then a big shrub bed along the street as well, up next to 99th Street. But we do have, there is quite a bit of green area through here. So you're not, you should be screened, like the parking itself from the retail will be screened from your view.
Okay, so basically we'll be looking, so I'm going to be that second driveway that you see there. Yeah.
Right here. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll basically be seeing the back side of the building at the corner.
You'll see the side of that building and some landscaping.
Yeah.
Right.
What about sight lines to that building, building F?
Right here.
Yes.
Let me, I think we actually have one close by. So we have a sight line it's up a little further to the north. So that won't be terrific. It's not going to be comparable exactly, but there is a big berm right here. So the parking here is going to be screened from view. And then this berm does kind of circle around. So you will have, I mean, it's going to be fairly screened from view. You're not going to see any vehicles in the parking lot or anything.
Okay. Ms. Lauber, does that answer your question?
It does.
All right, thank you. Mr. Barnes, did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, I just wondered if maybe we could, on a further meeting, evaluate the trail and what that would look like and impact to the homes along Hurlbrink Road, and approve that separately from this action item. I don't know if that's an option.
We'll talk to the staff about that, but what's the specific concern, or what are you trying to achieve, Mr. Barnes?
Yeah, I think just giving the homeowners on Hurlbrink Road a buffer where there's a nice wooded area, nice screen right now, very narrow, high traffic area, lots of grade, just giving an offset from the residential area towards the south. So that's the main objective there.
Okay, we'll see if we can get some answers when we talk to the staff about that and what we've previously approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else in the public want to speak before we close the public portion? Actually, I think I've already done that. So we're going to go now to Director Hand for his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Seth, I'm going to grab back the screen.
Yeah.
Just so I can roll through my PowerPoint presentation. Again, my name is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. I think it's important to note a couple of things as it relates to the change that we're seeing from the previous preliminary plan to this preliminary plan. And there's the access issue, an additional access, or change in access, I should say. We're going from 5 buildings to 6, and then there's an increase in the amount of square footage overall across the project. So that's why it's back at preliminary plan and has to go all the way through the Board of Commissioners. So as it relates to, and we've worked with the applicant on this, as it relates to the access, the key thing to remember here is that it might have been a full access into the site. It's not a full access intersection, but a full access into the site. But the previous approval for that roadway farther south on 99th was only into the retail. Now they're opening that up to the retail and the rest of the development. So what that means is traffic for the whole development could access off of 99th Street. To combat that, we still have the condition of approval that requires the truck route to go along Leavenworth Road, not 99th Street, and that will still be signed. So all the previous conditions of approval that were tied tied to the change of zone, including the 5-foot trail along Hurlbrink, are still in effect and still germane to this case. What they've changed because of the building arrangements is the berm size and shape, but not the fact that it will be screened from view from 99th Street. So we maintain the screening that we talked about in the original approval all the way down 99th Street. Now that northern access on 99th Street was always for emergency vehicles. What they've done though is they've changed the design of it, so it's going to feel more like a circuitous, I think is the word they used, road that will be gated from view. It'll be it won't look like what it looks like now, which is a straight shot in. So it'll look like a little driveway. So it won't appear as a primary access, but it will be there for emergency vehicles. We could not remove that one because of fire code. We have to maintain that for fire access and fire safety. So that other, again, the access that is across from the commercially zoned property farther south on 99th, just north of Ms. Lauber's property, will be for the entire site. The other thing that we did is we've had a few months now during construction, and typically we leave the means and methods of construction and the safety of the site to the applicant, to the construction company. But we've received enough comments and complaints about the site that we worked with the applicant to define additional conditions of approval, specifically as it relates to the construction of the project. And again, we wanted to make sure that we maintain flexibility for means and methods in construction because that's important inside the envelope. But we believe that we added enough conditions where we can address a lot of the issues and at the very least have a standard which we can hold the applicant accountable through the construction of the remainder of the site. So we think that's a very important additional conditions of approval that we wanted to make note of. The other note to Ms. Lauber's comments, if you go back to the original approval, as it speaks to that retail node, the way it looks in plan now is pretty much just a placeholder. We really wanted this design of this retail node when it comes in for final plan to look more like what the master plan for the Prairie Piper Delaware master plan points out, which is much more of a walkable retail node. So within Elect, yes, you'll be looking at buildings, but you'll be looking across the street at a walkable retail node that will be hopefully I would hope an amenity for the neighborhood. So we can address both your screening issues when we get to final plan in a little more detail, but we can also think about this as more in line with the master plan, and that was solidified in the original approval as well. Again, these are significant changes. They go all the way through building permit, Board of Commissioners. But we believe the ones that we've added related to construction, as well as maintaining the intent of the previous conditions, we still recommend approval.
Gunnar, I have a question relative to the entrance on 99th Street, since the way you've explained it makes it appear more significant than the applicant did. And that is a significant sticking point with the people that live along 99th Street and the Ravenwood development there off of Edith and Parkview. Because in your opinion, is that sending more traffic down 99th or has the potential to send more traffic down 99th coming from either direction?
I can confirm with Mr. Tangira, but I believe that the traffic impact study said as much. Yes.
Martin, can you comment on was there a traffic study done and what does this change do to, how does it impact?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Gunnar. Yeah, from discussions with the applicant and the traffic impact study, we restricted truck traffic just to be on Leavenworth, and that kind of helps with the neighborhood on 99th Street.
I'm sorry.
Now that there's full access into the whole development off 99th, did the traffic study showed additional traffic on 99th regardless, right?
I believe the analysis showed the traffic will not be impacted negatively from the retail node, but that's something that we've asked the applicant to be revising their TIS every time we have a new tenant or another phase of the development coming in.
I will note that what it actually did is it kind of also balanced it a little bit more, right? So the traffic light on Leavenworth that we were pushing for, we have not yet received KDOT approval because they still need to chime in for that on Leavenworth, but we are going to get a pedestrian crossing at the location, so folks who come from using transit along Leavenworth can cross the street right there. So there will be some traffic, let's just call it calming device, at the beginning of the project. As Mr. Tangier mentioned, every time they come in for another final plan for each one of these buildings, so we've only really seen one for building A, but as they come in for all these other ones, excuse me, the applicant has to update the traffic impact study, and at that time, at some point, it'll cross a threshold where that will require a full access, a full signalized intersection at the primary entrance. So I think the short of it is there will be more traffic now that there is a primary access on 99th to the entire development, but not that it would impact the capacity of the road.
But it is different than what we approved and what we told the neighbors when we approved this. This was a huge contention off of 99th Street, the amount of cars that could have the potential to come off of Donahue and come down 99th Street, past their developments, past their school bus routes, past their bus stops, and everything else if they're coming in off of 99th. I don't care which way you look at this. This, I think, is significant to the people that live down 99th Street. And it is a change. And you know, to say that it's not a major change and that interest was always there, it is a change because it's going to drive more traffic. That was the whole contention of most of the opposition were the people that lived on 99th Street. And I still think that it's way more than it's not what we approved. And now they've added another building, which again will generate more cars because there's more employees for another building. To me, that's just a big change to make, regardless of what everybody seems to say about it. And again, knowing the number of people that have contacted me about 99th Street and the amount of cars that are going to be going up and down, to me, that's significant. And it's not what we agreed to when we agreed to this entire development in the first place. I kind of feel a little bait and switched, and I think the neighbors are going to feel that way as well.
Mr. Carson, this is Karen Lauber. May I just add a comment to that for historical perspective on that?
Okay, go ahead.
When the Woodlands racetrack was operating, the main entrance was always intended to be Leavenworth Road, but this entrance here on 99th Street was also obviously access into the property, even though it was supposed to be secondary. But that brought a tremendous amount of traffic to that entrance. And that was prior to the 435 access being built further up on 99th Street. And there were times that I couldn't get out of my own driveway, you know, because when race traffic would be letting out. So, you know, those were fixed times, obviously, when races ran and when they were over. But I got to imagine that if you've got big facilities and you have shift changes and so forth, there certainly will be instances where you have a lot of people leaving, you know, at a given time. And just prior experiences that people absolutely use that, and the traffic got terrible.
All right, I appreciate that historical perspective, and that's the reason for my comments, because I think that is going to be the route, and that's not what we agreed to, and that's not what was intended when we approved the development in the first place. I mean, I don't get to vote unless we get a tie, but I can't support that entrance being changed because that's not what we told the residents, and some of which are still very, very upset about what we've done. And now I have to go back and say, well, you know, we've increased the traffic along that road as well because of a change to the development. So I just can't support something like that. So that's all I have.
Can I chime in by chance? This is Seth with Olson. It might not be my turn, but
go ahead.
So just to make sure that building B, was a heavy, they have a lot of employees at previously building B. They had a huge parking lot that was down by the corner. The new buildings that are in there, substantially less employees. The traffic generation is actually less on these new buildings with these different tenants. So I think we may be focusing, almost all the traffic's on Leavenworth Road. We're only talking like 14 and 20 trips on 99th Street. I mean, it's a minimal amount of traffic that's on 99th Street because we aren't.
I completely and heavily disagree with you about that. Since 435 opened at Donahue, people are going to take that route every single time if that's the more direct route, especially if things clog up off of Leavenworth Road. I completely disagree with you about that. And you know as well as I do, if there's a shortcut and there's a way to access it, you're going to take it, I'm going to take it, we're all going to take it.
Okay. Well, we ran it. We've gone through KDOT and got approval through them. So we'll, we don't feel that this change is much of a change from the previous plan from a traffic generation standpoint, from a traffic
when you move, if you want to buy Mrs. Lauber's house and move into it and look at it every day, then I think you would have a little bit better standing with me about your opinion on that. And I'm sorry that we disagree and I'm making that comment, but again, you don't live across the street from that project, so it's a little bit different. And I live around the corner from it and have a lot of people that I know that live there that have called me expressing concern about this anyway. And any change to the number of cars and traffic that impact 99th Street to me is big. I don't care if it's 10 more or if it's 1 more. It's still more than what we agreed to when we originally agreed to your project, and now you're coming in and changing it. And that's what I don't like. It's like you told us this is what we're going to build, and based on that, we gave you the approval, and now that you're underway, you're coming back and you're changing it and you're increasing the traffic pattern. So,
Mr. Chair, okay. I think there's.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. There's 2 points I'd raise related to this, and they're on both sides. So bear with me on the first one. As it relates to the traffic impact study, it is important to note that former building B that was previously approved did have a large office component, which has a different parking requirement, which has a different amount of employees, which has a different amount of traffic generation input. So the fact that it went from an office building attached to a extremely large warehouse to just another large warehouse. And again, this is still an increase in square footage, but it does overall reduce parking demand because that office component is no longer there. So there's that point to make. The other thing I would mention is the way that we looked at this and reviewed it and talked about it and noted was, so there's now 2 ways to get into the whole development, on Leavenworth and on this one on 99th. If Leavenworth, for some reason, emergency shuts down, it's important that we note here, before you guys take your vote and for consideration in general, that there's a world where in emergency situations, truck traffic will go down 99th Street. If you can't get out Leavenworth, this is the way to get out. If some accident or whatever happens, there is this as the release valve. So that's something else to make a point of.
And my last comment is that's not what we agreed to when we agreed to this massive project months back. So that's the only thing that I'm going to say about that is it's not what we told the community. It's not what we promised the community. So that's all I'm going to say about that. Anything else for the director? Okay, seeing none, I will stand for a motion.
I do have a question. I do have a little bit of unreadiness based on what Commissioner Carson had said, and then I appreciate what you were saying, Gunnar, but so what really confirmed what's preventing us from going back closer, at least, to what was promised to the community? Because I do recall a significant amount of public opposition. We have some concerns here now. And to me, this becomes for all of us somewhat of a credibility and integrity, a sensitivity issue. It just does. And so I'm wondering, especially maybe from Gunnar, what can we do to maybe right size this so it looks like the community's opposition has not fallen on deaf ears? And then I heard Jeff say something, and I would have to agree, that bait and switch, that's not a good thing.
think that we've done everything we can with the applicant's request for a second full access into the site in terms of limiting it to just employee traffic, continuing to push truck traffic only on Leavenworth Road, signing it accordingly, both on, there is a sign off 435 at that exit on Donahue, but all the way to Donahue to 99th and down. Again, that's a condition of approval. Outside of that, I think we did everything we could.
I'm sorry. So in these situations, is there any precedent on offering any additional, don't want to go outside the process. I'm not asking that, but is there any precedent on going back and communicating something to the folks in proximity to let them know that there has been a significant change?
I guess if I may, this is Sean Kofer again. So, and it was not our intent to do a bait and switch. That believe me, we really wanted to do that urban project that ended up somewhere else. And since it did, it is such a odd, it was an odd dimension building, had a lot of oddities to it that don't fit the normal mode for distribution. They were special to them. So that's why we had to come in for a change. We have followed the process and went back through the public process. We did have another neighborhood meeting. So I guess to your point there, how we could let the neighbors know, we did do the same. We went through the same process we did when we went through the original zoning and preliminary plat and preliminary plan process. We didn't opt for the Zoom meeting this time because the first go around during the rezone, we had some issues and we ended up having to have it in person anyway. So we did I think it was, Seth, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was December 22nd. And I know that's all in the staff report. We had another neighborhood meeting. We sent out all the public notices and we did meet the neighbors in person to discuss this change. We had both plans up on the board, showed them what we were doing, and felt like we're trying to go through the proper channels.
With all respect, this is Karen Lauber again, but that was at 5 o'clock on December the 22nd with no Zoom meeting. And that was a time that was not convenient for a lot of people to attend. And I would respectfully ask what the attendance was at that meeting.
And we do have records of that, Ms. Lauber, but and I will agree that's not a great time to have it. Plus, with all due respect to Mr. Reese, the way you explained it, it was so insignificant. Everything that you brought up tonight was so insignificant. It almost failed to me why we were having a meeting to discuss it if everything was so insignificant. And then when we hear from staff the change in the entrance, and I'm just not sure that the residents understood that. So I think if the residents understood more cars coming down 99th Street, we would have seen what we saw back several months ago when we first heard this project. And I'm not here to belabor the point about it. It's just not what again, I guess I go back, it's not what we promised the community back when we approved this. And so anyway, Commissioner Ernst, voice of reason.
Oh my gosh. This question is actually to you, Jeff, because I want to be clear on what you see as the change that changed everything. Was it simply changing that other entrance on 99th Street? Because
it was Gunner's comments about the increase in traffic down 99th Street, the increase of opening it up, of opening that access point up to the employees. So instead of it just being a retail entrance, it's now an entrance into the development, which it wasn't before. Is that correct, Gunner?
Correct.
So instead of just going in for the 5 or 6 or 8 shops that are right there at that corner, now it's a way for the employees to access that entire thing and drive all the way through. So now we've got however many hundreds of employees that are going to be working there that have access to that point. They could come in off of 99th, come in off of Donahue, come down to 99th Street and come in that way versus maybe fighting heavier traffic down Leavenworth Road, depending on the time of day that they're coming in and out. Or maybe they're running late and they don't want to get hit by the light at Leavenworth Road, so they decide to go around it. So to me, that's the biggest thing. Now all of a sudden we've opened it not just to the retail traffic, we've opened it up to the entire warehouse development and all the employees.
Okay, I understand and thank you. But before, would it not have been possible for them to cut through there and get to where they were going?
Not unless they had an ATV.
Because there was no road connection. I'm just,
No, it was pedestrian only, I think, wasn't it, Gunner, from the inside?
Correct.
99th, the entrance from 99th just went into
The retail,
the retail. Okay.
in and out.
Is there any, is it better if we change the lock, the second entrance that's now locked, to an opening for employees? Does that relieve some of the excess?
You mean the one that's the gated one for fire and emergency?
Yes.
It still brings them down 99th Street. It just doesn't bring them all the way up 99th Street.
That's,
They're still coming down. They're just getting off, 300 feet before the other entrance.
so now
And I'm sorry, I may be the only one that has opposition to this at this late hour, but.
Well, and Mr. Ernst, I think, I'm not a traffic engineer, so I defer to Martin and others, but I think it would just make it easier to get off on Donahue if you had another full access into the full site farther north on 99th as well.
Especially for the Northland employees.
So it's just a straighter shot into it.
And GPS is going to take you that way if you're coming in.
Potentially. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would offer, I have a thought. There's two things that we might want to consider, and it wouldn't redesign the site, but it would potentially add some additional conditions. There's certain traffic calming devices that we could employ on that second stretch between 99th and where that access road meets the primary access road off Leavenworth to make it less convenient to drive down, whether that's speed bumps or a raised crosswalk right at that intersection into the retail node, where we want to encourage pedestrians from the business park to come into the retail node, similar to previous conversations. That might be something we want to think about. And I don't know if that we have not discussed that with the applicants. So I don't know if that's something that they'd be willing to do. Again, a lot of people will drive a long way to avoid all kinds of traffic calming devices. So that's something to think about. And then the other thing I would mention is, outside of not allowing a second access, the only thing to reduce traffic would be to shift the mode. So we have to shift the mode of travel. So how do we get people out of their cars and walking, biking, taking transit? Now, we've addressed transit on some of our conditions of approval and some of our design issues. We've certainly added all kinds of sidewalks and trails along Leavenworth, along 99th, along Hurlbrink, all the way to 91st. Let's not forget that the Leavenworth Road improvement projects also include bike facilities. It's a Sharrow, but it's a bike facility. So we might want to think about increasing bike facilities in the site to encourage people to get out of their cars and bike when they can. But outside of those alternative modes, that's all I can think of right now.
And if we don't allow the secondary entrance through the retail development, what does that do? Does it shifts everything back to Leavenworth Road where it was?
Effectively, yeah.
And so I don't understand why that's an issue to not leave it the way that it was and honor the promise that we made to the residents.
well, if I may interject, I'm pretty sure we can do that if that's correct. Did anybody catch that?
I did. I think Gunner's pondering it.
Well, no, I apologize. Commissioner Ernst, are you saying that you could condition the approval to remove full access?
We could do that if we felt that that met our obligation to the neighbors. My belief is that people will come down 99th Street anyway, cut across and turn in the main entrance. But we could request that as part of the plan, they take out any connection so that everything has to go in off of Leavenworth Road and see if they'll live with that.
My recommendation to the commission, if you wanted to make that motion, it would be to not remove full access, but just retain access to the retail node only. Now, remember, just like the primary one, if the retail node's its own thing, it still needs one way in, one way out for fire and life safety, just like
That
the
was-
full development.
That was what I intended, to just close from the rest of the development.
Which is what we agreed to before.
I knew I'd heard it somewhere.
Yeah.
That's your discretion.
Other questions for the director? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion. It's like a sad version of the Hollywood Squares, what I'm looking at on my screen here.
If you're waiting for me, you got to wait till my other screen regenerates so I can say the right words.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I want to
yeah.
remind you that we will need 2 votes.
yes, I'm sorry. We will need a vote on, I'm sorry, which one? Let me see which, lost my place here. We will need a plan review motion first and then a plat, correct? Gunnar, if there were any changes to be made, and I'm not saying they are, and I'm not trying to be leading, what would that be to, or would it be on both?
So it would be on the plan review.
Plan review, okay, thank you.
Is that right, Mr. Floyd? Or do we need them for both?
And the plat is a self-contained entity. So really it would be the plan review.
So I will need a motion on the plan review first.
I move the Kansas City Planning Commission recommend approval of petition PR 2020-34, subject to staff stipulations and the modification of the 99th Street entrance so that it can only access the retail development as per the original design. Is that close enough?
Is that Gunnar shaking his head, so I'm assuming
Yeah, I
that's a
think that's
yes?
close.
All right,
That's
thank
correct.
you.
Sorry, not close.
Is there a
It wasn't a good shake. That's why I was waiting to see.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion has been made with this additional stipulations made by the maker. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yeah. Should we hold it over and let them come back with a better plan, or what Gunther and they can get together and come up with a better plan and probably a better traffic report?
Gunnar? Or can this be sent back from the Board of Commissioners anyway, if they don't like the decision that we made?
They could send it back.
They
to
can send it back.
Or override it, or?
I mean, I don't want to speak for the applicant, but I think this is the request. I'm not sure what revisions they would want to make if they went back to the retail node only access. I guess that's a long way of saying, Mr. Conley, I think you should take an action now.
Okay. Also, there, I guess,
Hold it over?
I'm sorry?
I was speaking, he never did answer my question. Should we hold it over?
No, I think my recommendation would be for you to make an action. I think we have everything we need to take an action today.
And I know there was a question from the public regarding the trail structure along Hurlbrink. Gunnar, is there something is that still in the works as far as through different mechanisms as we get closer to that part being developed? Do you see any need to pull that out?
That was approved in the change of zone, which is not before us tonight.
All right.
So again, it's carried over from all the conditions of approval from the change of zone into this, just so we maintain all those conditions of approval with this change.
All right.
But it
So
doesn't
something-
change that line. It's already been approved.
All right, thank you. Okay, any other discussions on the motion as made by the maker? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Yes.
she say yes?
Yes, she
Yes.
did.
Sorry.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Huey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Polly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this preliminary plan review, subject to the conditions outlined by Commissioner Ernst, passes. 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on January 28th at 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners. Do we have anything else, Janet, or are we
Yeah,
done?
I need a motion on the plat. And
Oh, I'm sorry.
the plat
Yes.
will not go to the commissioners.
Plat will not go to commissioners, but I do need I need a motion to approve the plat.
Motion to approve the plat as the staff stipulations.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Connolly. I almost said Major Connolly, Commissioner Connolly. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Ernst. Any discussion on plat? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ernst,
Yes.
Huey,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Moeller,
Yes.
Polly.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the preliminary plat, subject to the subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes. 7 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This too will be heard again on January 28th at 7 p.m. No, it will not be heard. I'm sorry. It is approved. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman,
Janet.
Before
Anything else? Anything else, Janet?
Yes, I have one more thing. We failed to do it at the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting, so I don't know if you want to go ahead and take care of it at the Planning Commission level or do it next month, both of them, but we were supposed to elect officers tonight. And I
Oh.
forgot at Board of Zoning Appeals because we ran so late.
Okay, so it's that time of year. All right. So does that need to be done tonight or can it be done next month?
It says that we in our bylaws say that we'll elect the officers in January.
Oh, okay, well, after my performance tonight, I'm not sure that my name will come up. Okay, so we need
I'm gonna
to,
have my spot.
so do I need to reconvene the Board of Zoning Appeals in order to have elections there? And
Let's finish out the Planning Commission.
All right.
And convene.
so we need to hold elections for the Planning Commission. So we need nominations for chair, and do we do them that order, chair and then vice chair?
Yes. that's
Okay.
fine.
I nominate Jeff Carson.
I've been waiting all night. I second that. Because I didn't miss it at the beginning.
See, you're the one that always keeps us on our toes. That's what I said.
No.
Voice of reason and control. Any other nominations?
Are you kidding?
After, yeah, am I the only stupid one to say yes? Okay, well, thank you. Is there any opposition to me continuing in this role? So by a vote of 7-1. Okay, thank you all for your vote of confidence. And now we need a vice chair.
Karen Jones.
Second.
Karen, do you accept?
I accept. Thank you.
Any other nominations? Okay, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
any opposed? Great, congratulations, Karen. Thank you very much again. And so now we need to conclude the Planning Commission meeting and then reconvene for a few moments of the Board of Zoning. Is that correct, Janet?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we will adjourn the Planning Commission. And now we'll call the Board of Zoning Appeals back to order for purposes of the election. And we need a chair of the Board of Zoning Appeals.
I would nominate Mr. Jeff Carson.
Any other nominations? Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. And we need a vice chair.
I nominate Jim Ernst.
Ah,
There you go.
Have you not learned your lesson?
There you go.
Second.
Jim, I'm assuming you accept?
Certainly.
Great. I will be gone in February, just so you know. All those in favor of Jim Ernst, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, Jim, and thank you for your agreeing to serve. Okay, anything else we need to do, Janet?
No,
Let me go to your assistant, Mr. Gunnar Hand. Do you have anything, Gunnar? Okay, you've had enough too. Okay, well, thank you all for everything tonight, and thank you all for a great year and putting up with all this extra stuff we've had to do via Zoom. And be safe driving home tonight. And again, thank you all for everything. Look forward to seeing you next time. All right. What'd you say? What, Joanne?
I said you're such a funny one.
Yeah, all right. I'm loopy at this point. All right, thank you all. Good night.
Janet, you have a minute?
I do.
Are we getting any closer to changing our vote patterns?
We are.
We're revising the alphabet as we speak. So,
Okay, can we expect that in the next 60 days?
Oh, yeah.
Great.
Is it just a matter of just revising the list? Is that what we're? And is there any kind of guidance for doing it? I mean,
well, the
Board
Board
of Commissioners,
they do it.
Oh, do they?
So, yeah.
Do they change it routinely or just every other year or?
every month they change them.
Oh, really?
And another person gets to go first.
Can we do it where if we start with Connolly, we just start with the next one and then just flip up, and then the next month we just.
It's like 10:36.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Go home, Dan. You do have a drive.
I've had a headache for 2 hours now.
I'm sorry, Janet. I have been talking for 2 hours. I don't think I gave it to you.
Hey.
Byron, you've said nothing tonight except sit there and grin and laugh all night long.
I said a couple things. When
One time they asked you if you had something to say. I couldn't think of anything.
I couldn't think of anything that was substantive. When you don't have a correct answer, you don't think that something is going to be add something to the conversation. You don't say anything.
All right, we'll get this worked out. We'll get this worked out, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.